10 years from today, Lisa Schneider will trade in her office job to become the leader of a pack of dogs. As the owner of her own dog rescue, that is. A second act made possible by the reskilling courses Lisa's taking now with AARP to help make sure her income lives as long as she does. And she can finally run with the big dogs and the small dogs who just think they're big dogs. That's why the younger you are, the more you need AARP. Learn more at aarp.org/skills.
Check this out.
On the weekend, take a journey with the people's mayor.
Curtis Sliwa is a politician who says don't trust politicians.
It's Another Side of Midnight with Curtis Sliwa.
The iconic, the legendary Curtis Sliwa.
This city doesn't sleep, and neither does Curtis Sliwa on Another Side of Midnight.
Oh, yeah.
Now, to the Bernard McGurk studios of 77 WABC. Here's Curtis Sliwa.
Murder, she wrote. Real. Murder, she wrote. Murder, she wrote. Murder, she wrote.
Action with him, a pretty face and bad character. Them the kind of living can hold chaka. Follow me. A pretty face and bad character. Them the kind of living can hold chaka. Say, girl, you pretty, your face is pretty, but your character dirty. Girl, you just a act too flirty. You want to jump it and also hurry. And when you find your mistake, you talk about you sorry. Come now.
Have a cozy corner where she jokes and where she jam. She know about Luke, like an every morning man. Make love with the coolie Chinese, white man and Indian. The wickedest kind of girl that miss a flyers go up and down. Know you heard about this girl, her name is Maxine. Her beauty's like a bunch of roses. And if I ever tell you about Maxine, you would say I don't know what I know. But murder she wrote.
Murder Richard, man.
Murder she wrote. Murder she wrote. Na. Murder she wrote.
Watch you now stand still. You not pay me like bill. If you're testing ragamuffin, girl, you go and get killed. Girl, keep wait. Cause you a crebe. And the lyrics when me talk, hit me DJ, girl, come out. Because you nah shock out. And when you hear the ragamuffin, you have to jump and shout. Don't touch me gate. You not pay me what I read the concrete.
Oh, your blood clot. Yeah, Yankee man. Oh, you're rude boy.
You pretty face and bad character. Them the kind of living can hold chaka. Say, girl, you pretty, you face it.
Blood clot.
Girl, you just a act too.
You're Yankee man. Oh, Broadway Billy, are you a rude boy? Hey, Tony, are you a rude boy? They're shaking their heads. What do you think, Nancy, who joins us for the first 2 hours of the 6-hour extravaganza that goes until the break of dawn? Do you think that Broadway Billy and Tony are rude boys?
They seem like fine gentlemen.
Excuse me.
Blood clots. Yankee men. Pick your poison, ladies and gentlemen. You see this song, Murder, She Wrote? If not for Nancy, I could well have murdered a few people tonight on my way into WABC. She was like my liquid Prozac, my Zoloft, whatever you want to call the drug that has a calming effect. For a number of reasons, let me just take you back. It was in the early hours of the evening that I was at home in our apartment with the kiddies, and I was attempting to self-medicate because I had lost my voice. And I have all kinds of conic elixirs, some that are legal, some that are illegal. But it takes me a while I reach into my Felix the Cat bag of medical tricks to try to recapture the voice. Takes me a few hours. I try one remedy, try another remedy, and then I say, well, I got to use the illegal remedy. I have no choice, right? I got to have a voice. 6 hours to the break of dawn. And so Nancy doesn't like to be around me at that time because I'm throwing stuff. The cats are hiding. They're meowing because they realize that Nancy is not around to protect them because I am absolutely out of my mind.
Insane, actually.
And then all of a sudden, I was able to find the right remedy, and the voice ever so slowly returned. And it's almost as if the cats began to meow in a cacophony of glory, hallelujah, hallelujah. We can actually come out from underneath the couch and not hide from this monster of mayhem who is completely out of control.
Yeah, I think I heard the angels start singing as well.
Yep. The cats finally felt that they were safe.
Good times.
But when I get into a rage, oh man, you don't want to be in proximity to me. So Nancy decided that she would do one thing before we headed to WABC, which she does on a regular basis, and that is roam Central Park as Lone Wolf One. And Nancy, I noticed of late, when you go from 110th Street, the northernmost section, down all the way to Billionaires Row, along 59th Street between 5th and Columbus Circle, that oftentimes you're checking to see if anybody has been murdered and left in the park, or that there have been any kind of animal sacrifices by the freakazoids, some of whom actually reside in the park, and believe that somehow through animal sacrifice, they're going to find a lasting place in heaven. Was there any of that evident earlier this evening?
Okay, so let's see. I didn't see any signs of that this evening, but what I did see was the Central Park Reservoir that, like they call it a Jackie O Reservoir. It's so low now that you can actually see, I think they call it an aqueduct, right? Like a little, I don't know, for lack of a better term, it's like
It's like a bridge from the aqueduct, because that's how the water comes into the reservoir in Central Park from upstate.
Yeah, and actually what's interesting, I didn't realize before that I guess I must have been seeing it in small degrees, because I just thought the birds were really good at like standing on the water. I didn't realize they were actually perched on something underneath. But yeah, they've always been standing on that thing.
So now you actually saw that concrete impediment that spans the reservoir, goes from one side of the reservoir to the other, because the reservoir is deplete of the water it's supposed to hold.
Yeah, so apparently it normally has about 1 billion gallons worth of water, but it's 40 feet deep. I didn't even realize it was that deep in the reservoir. So, I thought you could actually just kind of swim across it. It wouldn't be that big a deal, but it's now 2 feet below normal because of the drought. So that's why you can now see that. Like, I guess if it gets lower, who knows how much more we can see going on in there. But, it's...
And it continues to go down, 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 as even though we've had 2 days of steady rain, nothing to make up for the loss of the water reserve from the starving reservoirs that are in desperate need of more rain. I mean, a lot of rain, not just here, New Jersey, eastern Pennsylvania, Connecticut, in other parts of the country where there are drought-like conditions. But so you had an opportunity to see it firsthand for the very first time. And you've been in that park patrolling around as Lone Wolf One for years.
Yeah, and actually one thing I hadn't even realized was that this had previously served as a city source for drinking water, this reservoir, and it was only taken off of line in 1993. So had they not done that, because, I mean, their concern at the time, I think, was the chlorination system, the way you had to clean the water. They didn't want that too close to the park. Like, I guess apparently now all bets are off. They don't mind anything they throw in the park, but... Yeah, I mean, so if they had kept that online, we could have actually been using that right now.
Yeah, well, also dead bodies, Nancy.
Yeah,
dead
like rat poison, who knows what it is.
Yeah, can definitely foul up the water supply there in Central Park.
Yeah, no, I think the last one they found was in the Gowanus, not in the reservoir.
Yeah, and that incinerated. The Gowanus Canal in Brooklyn, I mean, you just fall into that Gowanus Canal, as many of the hipsters and millennials will find out. You just incinerate from all the chemical toxins that have been embedded there for years. But upon your return, it was time for us to head out.
Yes, that's true.
Venture into the armpit of the cesspool of crime, the subway system.
That's true.
And head our way here to WABC, our place to be, in the wee hours of the morning on Sunday from 12 midnight to 6. You're with me the 2 hours. And then you go home, you take care of the cats, you take care of other activities involving animal welfare, and you prepare for your return in just a few hours from 8 to 10, where you do the extra deep dive, the rip and read on the stories of the week. And then, of course, the animal welfare hour from 10 to 11. Going to do a little bit of that tonight because it was a really egregious case of an illegal alien tossing a dog from 14 stories up in a building to its death. And guess what? Nothing happened to this guy. Nothing. Typical. Nothing ever happened.
Of course.
We'll deal with that later on because I was so freaking mad.
Oh, he was.
As we ventured out, subway system obviously not working again. It's never working on the weekend. Oh, you got to, in order to catch the 2 or the 3, you got to catch the angle to the dangle, take the A to the D, and then take the D. And then where do you take it? Uptown, downtown, all around. Not running on the local tracks, maybe the express. Stand there like a stupid gavone for hours, wondering what the hell is going on.
Yeah, that's true.
So I was going nuts. And I'm saying we got to go topside. We got to try to get a vehicle that's going to get us over to WABC in time, because I know that Broadway Bill Lee and Tony here are going to be basically scratching their bellies waiting for us to show up. And I was right. So we try to go up and catch a cab, and oh my God, it was impossible. Why? Because all of a sudden, this guy was in the middle of the riff at the Beacon Hotel, and he wouldn't stop, and he was going on and on and on and on. Let me hear some of this, because I'm so angry.
The check at the end of the meal system, because money's a very different thing before and after you eat. Before you eat, money has no value. You know, you don't care about money when you're hungry. You sit down in a restaurant, you're like the ruler of an empire. More drinks! Appetizers, quickly, quickly! It will be the greatest meal of our lives.
No, it wasn't. No, it wasn't. No, there was Jerry Seinfeld, fellow resident of the Upper West Side. I have no idea where he lives, nor do I want to know after tonight. He's up there on the stage of the Beacon. All the groupies are outside wearing Depends. Oh, Jerry, Seinfeld. And I'm saying, my God.
They start passing it around the table.
And so now this is the Upper West Side. We're trying to catch a cab. One cab stops. You voted for Trump, right? Yep, I don't pick up people who voted for Trump. Now, oh, man, I am really like apoplectic. And then all of these Seinfeld groupies who were waiting for him to come out.
The most annoying thing about the couple of times that I did work in an office is when you go in the morning, you say hi to everyone, and then for some reason throughout the day, you have to continue to greet these people all day, every time you see them. I mean, you walk in the morning, morning Bill, morning Bob, how you doing? Fine. 10 minutes later, you see him in the hall. How you doing? Every time you pass, you got to come up with another little greeting. You know, you start racking your brains. You know, you do the little eyebrow, you know. Hey. Start coming up with nicknames for him. Jimbo.
Man, I didn't need that. Man, see, I really didn't need for him to be at the Beacon Theater tonight. Packed to the rafters and all the groupies outside. You can tell who they are. They all have those autograph books. They all have these cameras from like 1952. They're all like they're waiting for Jerry. They're waiting for Jerry. They're waiting for Jerry. Oofa.
One of the problems in life is that when you're a kid, you have a certain way of working out disagreements. And those laws do not work in the adult world. One of the main ways that kids resolve any dispute is by calling it. One of them say, I got the front seat. I wanted the front seat. I called it. And the other kid knows he's got nothing to say. He called it. What can I do? If there was a kid court of law, it holds up. Your Honor, my client did ask for the front seat. And the judge would go, did he call it? Well, no, he didn't call it. Bang, he has to call it. Case closed. Objection overruled.
All these out-the-cockers outside there waiting for Jerry. The Depends crew, I call. I couldn't believe it. There were hundreds of them.
I'm not sure if they were all wearing Depends, actually.
All along Broadway. They couldn't get into the theater. It was packed. So they're waiting for Jerry. And it's not Jerry Springer. And we couldn't.
Oh, imagine him in Beacon Theater. That would have been great.
Yeah.
Why'd you put the bananas in there?
George likes the bananas.
So let him have bananas on the
He was great, though.
So we couldn't make it 2 inches down the block because everybody waiting for Seinfeld figure, okay, it's going to be a while before he comes from backstage and comes out and gets ready to go home, and then they descend upon him.
Blah, blah, blah.
So let's deal with the JV here, Curtis Sliwa. And, you know, they want autographs. They have these old autograph books that you had in high school. Remember when you graduated and you try to get everybody's autograph in a book? I never quite understood that phenomenon. Why you had to get everybody's autograph of people that you had gone to school with too long, so much so you couldn't wait to get away from them, but you had to get their autograph.
Yeah, beat it, punk.
And there they are outside. They're geeks. I don't know what else to describe them as. They have big pens. Who the hell has a big pen any longer? Why don't you have a Sharpie? No, I like big pens. Sign my autograph book. Why should I sign your autograph? And then they're not happy where you're going to sign. They have to find exactly the right page. What would you like me?
Nothing more sophisticated than diddling the maid and then chewing some gum.
What would you like me to sign? My very dear friend, Fred, Curtis Sliwa. But you're not my friend. Why would I sign my very dear friend, Fred, when you're not my friend? How about it?
Fellas, some drinks and sandwiches?
Meantime, he's going on and on in the Beacon.
I'm not an investor. People always tell me, you should have your money working for you. I've decided I'll do the work. I'm going to let the money relax. You know what I mean? Because you send your money out there working for you. A lot of times, it gets fired. You go back there, what happened? I had my money. It was here. It was working for me. Yeah, I remember your money. Showing up late, taking time off. We had to let him go.
Oh, my God.
Well, I'm going to hell.
The next thing you know, George Costanza, Frank Morano would have showed up with Carmine, you know. So I'm saying to myself, Nancy,
yes,
I'm going to kill these people.
Well, no, he wasn't saying it to himself. He was saying it to me.
I was saying it to you. I'm going to kill these people. Get me the hell out of here. My very dear friend, you're not my friend. I'll sign my name, but I'm not going to write down you're my very dear friend. How do I know you're not a pedophile? You look like a freaking pedophile.
Ooh, yes.
I mean, it was getting nasty out there. Especially after that cab driver rolled up, turned his lights off. I said, hey, Mac, you don't have a passenger. You voted for Trump. I'm not taking you nowhere. Boom, off he went.
The ladies are gonna love you.
So I'm like ready to kill all these sycophants, toadies, and lackeys. And they're all geeks. I don't know what these people do. They wait for hours and hours and hours to get an autograph, to take a photo. I don't know what they do with their lives.
So, what's up, diggity dog?
But I got so pissed off because to me they were saying, well, why don't we just get his autograph? It's almost like, well, in the interim, why don't we just get Curtis Sliwa's autograph? And then they're coming up to you. Oh, that's Nancy Sliwa of the Animal Welfare Hour. And they pretty much drop me like a bad habit.
Step back, son. There's nothing to see here.
Oh, what would you suggest, Nancy? I have this litter of kittens, and one of them's a runt, and oh, my God.
Yada, yada, yada.
We're never going to get out of here. We got a show to do, and I know that Broadway Billy and Tony, they're scratching their navel, and they ain't going to do jack until I get there.
Well, this is all very sophisticated.
And enjoying the Tony Orlando extravaganza without Dawn, a tribute to Michael Jackson, that pedophile on a pedestal. Oh, Quincy Jones, but all I heard was Michael Jackson. I get it. The Thriller thing, I get it. But you guys were like grooving to that. Tony Orlando was doing the tribute to Quincy Jones, but you guys were into the Michael Jackson thing. In fact, you, Tony, were doing a goddamn moonwalk when I walked in here. And you had your silver glove on.
What do you need salsa for? Salsa is now the #1 condiment in America.
Do you know why? Because people like to say salsa. Excuse me, do you have any salsa? We need more salsa. Where's the salsa? No salsa.
You know, it must be impossible for a Spanish person to order salsa and not get salsa. I wanted salsa, not salsa.
Don't you know the difference between salsa and salsa? You have the salsa after the salsa.
Trapped on the Upper West Side with Alta Cacas wearing Depends, waiting for Jerry Seinfeld to get out of finishing his gig that went on and on at the Beacon Hotel. I mean, the Beacon Theater. Nancy suddenly becoming the eye of all of their interests because they all had animal welfare issues involving cats and dogs. And me, I was a person of no consequence. Hey, yeah, we'll get his autograph. My very dear friend, Fred. No, you're not my very dear friend. I have no idea who you are. I'll sign the autograph book, but I am not writing my very dear friend.
You don't know Fred?
Let me just say this. It is inhumane to make a man stand on his feet in one spot for 8 hours a day. Why shouldn't he have a chair?
I know all these episodes. This is crazy. I know every episode from those single quotes.
I bet you do. That's why they loved you. Because, as you know, I never watched Seinfeld until I met you. I mean, I have a little working knowledge of it, especially George Costanza, but I already knew George Costanza, never watching him on Seinfeld because I was working with Frank Morano all those years at Mama Lou, who is like the modern-day George Seinfeld of talk radio. Seinfeld. I said, did I say Steinbrenner? I mean Seinfeld. Something
Yours truly,
along.
the Frankster.
So, ladies and gentlemen, did I have a right to be pissed off? A, that I had lost my voice for a few hours and had to struggle to get it back. B, that my wife stole the show from those geeks who were standing outside waiting for Jerry Seinfeld to get an autograph, probably for the 50th time from him.
Let me just say this. It is inhumane to make a man stand on his feet in one spot for 8 hours a day. Why shouldn't he have a chair?
And all those Altacacas, you know, his groupies there wearing the Depends. Oh, Jerry, Jerry, Jerry.
So, Kramer, where'd you get these lobsters? At McLeish's Fish Market?
Yeah, right.
No.
The
I got
ocean.
them in the ocean.
The ocean?
Mm-hmm.
What do you mean?
Well, I found this rope, and I kept tugging on it. All these lobsters came up.
That's great.
Those are commercial lobster traps. You can't take lobsters from there. That's against the law.
It's plenty in the
There are
ocean.
plenty of lobsters in the ocean for everyone.
My father was a lobsterman. He got up every morning at 4 and came home at night stinking of brine. He sent me through law school with the lobsters he caught.
Yeah.
That's great.
Yeah, you're loving every second of it.
This is great, that one.
You loved every second, Nancy, that geeky crowd outside of the Seinfeld performance, didn't you?
I mean,
they were reciting episodes. They were actually like, it was like Rocky Horror.
Yeah, at one point we actually held hands and sang together.
Yes.
What's bachelor auction?
Oh, it's this thing where they auction off dates with bachelors for charity.
And you didn't ask me to do it? I could raise enough money to cure polio.
I believe they've had a cure for polio for quite some time.
Polio?
It was like Rocky Horror. Nancy was in her prime. They were loving her. She knew all the lines, all the episodes. You might as well have been out there with those Altacaca women waiting for him.
So you think he stole it? But you have to admit the circumstantial evidence. I admit nothing.
Will you put that cigarette out, please?
Well, I mean, he was in the apartment, and then it's gone, and it's in your apartment. Maybe you think we're in cahoots. No, but it's quite a coincidence. Yes, that's all. A coincidence.
Big coincidence.
Not a big coincidence. A coincidence.
No, that's a big coincidence.
That's what the coincidence is. There are no small coincidences and big coincidences.
No, there are degrees of coincidence.
No, there are only coincidences. Ask anyone. Are there big coincidences and small coincidences or just coincidences? Well?
Oh, and there are people like that all over the Upper West Side, the Larry Davids of the world. And you are in your environment, Nancy.
I'm not really sure if I'd call that my environment.
I hate the Upper West Side, but because I never do anything for you, I figure the one thing I can do for my wife is accede to her wishes to live in Larry David, Jerry Seinfeld land, the Upper West
Well,
Side.
it's not really possible to hate.
You wanted to see me, Mr. Steinbrenner?
Yes, George, I did. Come in. George, the word around the office is that you're a communist.
Communist? I am a Yankee, sir, first and foremost.
You know, George, it struck me today that a communist pipeline into the vast reservoir of Cuban baseball talent could be the greatest thing ever to happen to this organization.
Sir?
You could be invaluable to this franchise. George, there's a southpaw down there nobody's been able to get a look at. Something Rodriguez. I don't really know his name. You get yourself down to Havana right away.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Do my best.
Good. Merry Christmas, George. And bring me back some of those cigars in the cedar boxes. You know, the ones with the fancy rings? I love those fancy rings. They kind of distract you while you're smoking. The red and yellow are nice. It looks good against the brown of the cigar. The Maduro, I like the Maduro wrapper. The darker, the better. That's what I say. Of course, the Claro's good, too. That's more of a pale brown, almost like a milky coffee. I find the ring size very confusing. They have it in centimeters, which I don't really...
Madonna, my. What I do for you, Nancy, what I do for you. Ladies and gentlemen, I ask you, was I correct to be eclectic and out of my mind surrounded by all these Seinfeld fans? These out the cockers. They look like Larry David, many of them. They look like George Costanza, just like Frank Morano, the Mamaluke. And my wife
No, they don't look like Frank. I don't think so.
But
I didn't say it would look like Frank.
You were in seventh heaven. You didn't want to leave there.
No.
I said, Nancy, we have to get to the show. You were like in heaven. You were repeating the lines.
Dancing.
It was
singing.
like...
Happy birthday to you.
Elaine, cake? No, thanks. It's Walter's. You know, there are 200 people who work in this office. Every day is somebody's special day.
Elaine, where are you going? It's Walter's last day. We have to celebrate.
It's his birthday and it's his last day?
This is other Walter from Returns.
Hey, what's going on here?
Surprise!
Oh, guys. Elaine, it's my last day. Have a piece.
All right, pile it on.
There were Elaine lookalikes. Lookalikes waiting there. Nancy was in heaven. It's like she died and went to heaven. I was in hell, purgatory, without an asbestos suit. Ladies and gentlemen, was I correct to be pissed off? I ask all of you. I was never into the Seinfeld thing. I was introduced to some of the episodes by my wife, Nancy, who can repeat almost every freaking word of every episode.
I couldn't help but notice that you don't have a chair.
I don't need a chair.
No, I didn't mean to imply that you did. You're obviously a very well-proportioned individual. What I was just wondering is...
would you like a chair?
Have they ever offered you a chair?
No.
Would you like a chair?
I suppose if they gave me one, I'd sit down.
You would, wouldn't you?
Look at that. You're in seventh heaven.
Yeah, these funny episodes.
But you were like lip-syncing the words along with the crowd that was waiting for Jerry Seinfeld, reviewing all the old episodes, and they're treating me like a person of no consequence.
Hey, Kramer!
What's going on? I told my chiropractor how great swimming in the river made my back feel.
That's good.
He recommended it to all his patients.
Step aside.
God. He just sunk like a stone, didn't he?
Yeah, that's when they all started swimming in the East River.
Yeah. And you knew every episode, Nancy knew. As soon as they saw she was one of them in their Seinfeld cult, they glommed onto you, and you didn't want to leave.
Barbecuing tonight?
Yeah, right after the fireworks.
You didn't want to leave, Nancy. Admit it. And I was stuck. I'm not leaving without you. Right then, everybody would say, you're a cad. What, you left your wife there? You know, it's showtime. Time to break a leg. I was ready to bust some heads. I just ask you, I beseech you, because my wife all on the way here was telling me, Well, you're out of control. Come on, Curtis, you're in public. I was making a public spectacle, she was saying. Our number's 1-800-848-9222. That's 1-800-848-WABC. Should I have been intent on getting here and doing this show? Or should I have been like Nancy there, thinking this is like Rocky Horror, repeating all the lines to old Seinfeld shows as they were waiting for Jerry Seinfeld to get out of the Beacon Theater?
He was a very unusual man. Quick-tempered with a strange, halting way of speaking. We fell in love. But when I brought him home to meet my father...
He wouldn't take his shoes off.
He refused to take his shoes off, and there was a terrible fight.
My God, you remember all those
I know
words?
Everything. This is like insane. Like there must be... Like I forget stuff I've read in school books, but this stuff is like ingrained in my head.
That's what
I was going to meet the Bushmen of the Kalahari. Oh, the Bushmen? And the Bushwomen.
Excuse me. I couldn't help overhearing. I noticed you're eating a poppy seed muffin there.
Yeah, I eat these muffins all the time.
Well, you know what opium is made from?
Poppies!
Oh, can you imagine what it was like? I'm standing there, and they're talking about different episodes, and they're all repeating the lines. It's like they're all taking different roles. I said, we got to get out of here.
No, please don't send me back there. Please, I'll do anything. It's so nice up here. You know, it's so comfortable up here. I don't want to go back there. Please don't send me back there. Oh, you got cookies.
You're going to have to go back to your seat.
Okay, fine. I'll go back. You know, our goal should be a society without classes.
My God, you know every one of the words. And all you kept saying to me is, don't embarrass me, don't embarrass me, don't embarrass me. All of a sudden, your newfound friends, don't embarrass me with my friends. I said, you didn't know them 5 minutes ago. All of a sudden, well, they're Seinfeld friends. It's like a freaking cult.
So then when I was 12, the whole family moved from Bensonhurst to Sheepshead Bay. Mm-hmm. We were right on the water. The whole atmosphere stunk from fish. You know that fishy smell I'm talking about?
Yeah, the fishy smell.
To this day, I won't eat fish. Do you eat fish?
Yes, I eat fish.
I don't know how you can eat that crap.
Take the park.
No, take 55th. No, there's beautiful homes there. There's lovely, talented, attractive people. You'll thank me. Jerry, I want you to do me a favor. No more fish.
Okay, I get your point.
I have a point.
See, that's Larry David. He went to Sheepshead Bay High School. You see, I knew he wrote those lines. Anyway, our number's 1-800-848-9222. I was right and Nancy was wrong, but oh my God, trying to extricate her from that crowd tonight to bring her here to WABC was maybe the toughest thing I've ever had to do.
Wait, I thought you were taking a
I think
survey.
I can sum up the show for you with one word. Nothing. Nothing? Nothing. What does that mean? The show is about nothing.
That's Frank Morano's The Other Side of Midnight, Monday through Fridays from 1 to 5. Our number's 1-800-848-9222. That's 1-800-848-WABC.
You should go suck an egg.
This is Another Side of Midnight with Curtis Lewa. Now to the Bernard McGurk studios of 77 WABC. Here's Curtis Lewa.
What's your name?
Jerry Seinfeld.
What is your address?
129 West 81st Street.
Did Kimberly steal Joe's baby?
I don't know.
Did Billy sleep with Alice's best friend?
I don't know.
Did Jane's fiancée kidnap Sydney and take her to Las Vegas? And if so, did she enjoy it?
I don't know.
Did Jane sleep with Michael again?
Yes! That stupid idiot! He left her for Kimberly! He slept with her sister! He tricked her into giving him half her business, and then she goes ahead and sleeps with him again! I mean, she's crazy! How could she do something like that? I mean, that Jane, oh, she just makes me so mad!
Those that work forces are the same that burn crosses. Some of those that work forces are the same that burn crosses. Some of those that work forces are the same that burn crosses. Some of those that work forces are the same that burn crosses. Killing in the name of do what they told you. Now you do what they told you. Now you do what they told you. Now you do what they told you.
Tell me about the stories. What kind of stories? Oh, no stories. No stories? So what is it? What did you do today? I got up and came to work. There's a show. That's a show. How is that a show?
Well, maybe something happens to you on the way to work.
No, nothing happens.
Those who died are justified for wearing the badge and your chosen white. You're justified. Those that died for wearing the badge and your chosen white. Those who died are justified for wearing the badge and your chosen white. You're justified. Those who died for wearing the badge and your chosen white. Some of those that work forces are the same that
Rage Against the Machine. Killing in the name of Seinfeld.
I, for one, am not going to compromise my artistic integrity. And I'll tell you something else. This is the show, and we're not going to change it.
Killing in the name of what they told you.
That's right, Jimmy in Brooklyn, who sees a communist under every bed, under every couch. The leader of Rage Against the Machine is a self-pronounced communist.
What they told you. Now you're under control. And now you do what they told you. Now you're under control. And now you do what they told you. Now you're under control. And now you do what they told you. Now you're under control. And now you do what they told you. Now you're under control. And now you do what they told you. Those who died are justified for wearing your badge and your chosen white. You're justified.
All right, enough. Most of the baby boomers, they were like, oh my God, is it the end of the world? So let's take advantage of your expertise right now, Nancy, because in just a few hours you will be returning to the extended Rip and Read, the deep dive on the stories of the week. And we have a story here of a prominent doctor who was cut a no-jail plea and told, please just pay $300 in a hit-and-run case in Staten Island in which he mowed down a dad and his 6-year-old daughter. And I'm not quite sure if he stayed at the scene of the hit or if he ran and just didn't wait there at the scene. But this caught my attention because the DA of Staten Island is the former congressman, former city councilman, the ambulance chaser, McMahon. And the attorney representing this very prominent doctor, the last name, Carrazzo. The son of my enemies of all enemies, the Carrazzos, who ran the Gambino crime family in Canarsie. Little Nick Carrazzo and Jojo Carrazzo. Little Nick, who actually gave the envelope to Michael Leonardi and the driver in the vehicle in which I got shot 5 times with hollow point bullets. So
it's a real, you know what?
Yeah, it's very personal to me, as you know, Nancy. So can you give us the details? Because just looking at this story, I'm saying, this is impossible. $300. You mowed down a dad and a 6-year-old daughter in what appears to be a hit and run, and the only price you paid for that is a $300 fine?
Yeah, so this seems, I would say, super odd and extremely lenient, to say the least. I'm not really sure. So this was, as you were saying, so a man is walking with his daughter. Apparently he had his daughter, he was holding her as he's walking across the street. She's 6 years old. This is on Arthur Kill Road. They were also walking with their dog. So they had a Yorkie dog with them as well.
And the wife was there too, right?
Well, no, I don't know. I don't believe the wife was there.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't believe she was there. And they were in the crosswalk. They had the signal to walk. And as they were going across, he was making a left-hand turn in his vehicle and winds up hitting into, this group. So, so long story short, what happens is he ultimately, what he says to the detectives, now this is in the criminal complaint itself, he says, I didn't tell anyone I was a driver. I didn't give my information because nobody asked me. I left. I felt terrible, and I was going to go to the police precinct in the morning. Now, here's where it gets a little bit like what you were saying, where it seems a little bit sketchy. He accepted a plea deal to leaving the scene of an incident causing physical injury without reporting, which is a misdemeanor. So the plea deal technicality that they were able to get for him is the lesser element of leaving a scene of a crime, right? Leaving a scene of a crime is a felony. And that is what he was initially indicted on. He was indicted on leaving the scene of an accident. But then he pled guilty to this lesser charge, which is a misdemeanor. Now, how in the world he possibly got that sweetheart deal, I can't even fathom. Because
let me try to connect the dots here. He's a very famous pediatrician on Staten Island, well connected.
Well, it's good to know he's taking care of everyone very well. Good.
Represented by an attorney with the last name Corazzo, who apparently is quite good at what he does. He used to have an office right there in Howard Beach on Cross Bay Boulevard near the Starbucks. Big sign, Corazzo. You got problems? Bring it to me, Esquire, LTD, Corazzo. And a DA who I don't trust, McMahon, who I call an ambulance chaser, cuts this deal. Now, the father and the child were really hurt and continue to suffer the effects of these injuries.
Yeah, so, supposedly, they were initially saying, it wasn't really that big a deal. This is what, obviously the doctor who hit them said. They were fine. I felt terrible, but he has serious injuries. So the father had a concussion. The daughter had something similar with her head swelling, but they're now at the point where he can't actually function normally. So he's being careful. He's not working any longer, and his wife has become like the full-time caretaker for him. So it's a lot more serious than they're making it seem, and actually that's caused the family now. They're going to be suing the city, based on the fact that, obviously the injuries sustained and obviously the medical injuries that they're anticipating happening, but they're not pulling this position into this case. Now, also when they initially issued the charges against them. Now, this is something I need to look into because I find it kind of curious. I can't imagine it's par for the course, but they also issued an order of protection, which to me seems very odd. I can't fathom why.
An order of protection for the doctor?
For the victims. For the victims? Yeah, but again, that just seems so weird.
Right, no, hold on a second.
I can't figure out how that got into play here.
What's the name of this doctor? Anyway?
Okay, his name is Sam Leuzzi. So Leuzzi, Leuzzi.
Yeah.
Leuzzi.
Just like Wheezy, remember?
Sam. Wheezy.
Yeah. Okay, so he's a very prominent, if I remember correctly, pediatrician.
Correct, exactly.
He's in a big GMC Suburban. Man, that's a huge SUV. He hits this father who has the daughter on his shoulders.
Correct, yeah.
And I mean, he plows through them. They're seriously injured. Now, what I don't understand is, did he remain at the scene of the accident or did he flee?
Well, I mean, all indications are that he didn't stay at the scene of the accident.
So he did basically Ted Kennedy, as Ted Kennedy did at Chappaquiddick. You know, he left the scene where Mary Jo Kopechne died in the back of that car, swam to the other side, and didn't report the crime until the next day.
Yeah, I mean, and again, this is where the technicality of what the attorney is saying when he was, speaking on what the actual plea deal was. He's very specifically going through the words of the plea deal as though that now retrofits and changes what the initial actions were. It doesn't. The fact that he got the lesser charge doesn't change the fact that he still left the scene.
All right. So this is your homework for the next few hours.
Mm-hmm.
You got to do a deep dive because everything in Staten Island is incestuous. It's like hermetically sealed. Everybody knows one another.
They're all related, you're saying?
There's only about 550,000 people there. They all know one another.
Okay.
It's not like the other boroughs.
Oh, I understand.
So we got McMahon, the ambulance chasers, the Democrat, the DA. That's why I said, how come we didn't run a Republican against this DA who's a Democrat in a red borough? That's number one. Number two, this very prominent pediatrician is represented by a mob attorney named Corazzo. Very good attorney, by the way. He knows he's got skill levels. And all of a sudden, this doctor walks out of court, $300 fine. Did they take his license?
Well, okay, no, there's no indication about that either because it says the only conditions of his plea deal was that $300 fine. Then he has to complete a victim impact panel, which is whatever.
It's nothing.
Nothing. And then 100 hours of community service. And look how posh his community service was. It's Salvation Army Soup Kitchen. Like at least put him in the street, cleaning up like gunk on the street. It's like, he's going to do nothing in a soup kitchen.
Nancy, we got to do a deep dive on this. So at 8 o'clock tonight, you got to have more details.
I'll have more.
Because I have a feeling nobody in Staten Island is going to say nothing.
Nothing.
Hey, why?
Nothing.
Mind your own business, Sliwas. This is our thing here. It's our DA, the ambulance chaser, McMahon, the attorney Corazzo, who represents mobsters choking on their lobsters. And hey, this pediatrician delivered my kids. So mind your own business.
This is Another Side of Midnight with Curtis Lewa. Now to the Bernard McGurk studios of 77 WABC. Here's Curtis Lewa.
Just shut up and drive before I kick your teeth in.
Shut up and drive, drive, drive. Shut up and drive, drive. I got class like a 57 Cadillac. Head overdrive with a whole lot of boom in the back. You look like you could handle what's under my hood. You keep saying that you will, boy, I wish you would. So wake up and let me
Tell you how bad it is, these hit-and-run drivings. It's happening almost every other day in New York City. Earlier, a 47-year-old woman was crossing the North Conduit Avenue near 150th. That's right near Baisley Pond Park in Kew Garden Hills. Killed. 6 a.m. in the morning. Driver speeds off. Got cameras everywhere, right? They've lowered the average speed, saying that this was going to lessen the number of people hit in these kind of accidents, lessen the number of hit-and-run accidents. They don't know what they're talking about. So far in 2024, 106 pedestrians have been fatally struck by motor vehicle drivers in New York City. That's a 17% increase compared to the point in 2023. So, Nancy, they've lowered the average speed level. They got speed cameras everywhere clipping you for tickets because that's all that is, revenue raising. Additional red cameras And it hasn't done jack diddly squat in terms of what the intention was to lessen the number of people hit by vehicles, many of which then flee. And what is the consequences in this case in Staten Island? A $300 fine and community service at the Salvation Army soup kitchen for 100 hours. You got your work cut out for you, Nancy.
Oh, yeah.
Tonight, 8 o'clock, we got to go through the hermetically sealed Staten Island Code of Omerta, in which nobody wants to talk about this pediatrician, probably delivered every baby out in Staten Island, including Carmine, Frank Morano's, the Mama Luke's son. Then you got the attorney who represents mobsters choking on his lobsters, whose daddies were part of the plot to kill me, the Carrazos. And you got the ambulance chasing DA, by the way, whose wife is a judge. You think there's conflict of interest there, Nancy?
Curious.
Oh, we've just scratched the surface. You don't want to miss it tonight at 8 o'clock. Nancy will be doing the deep dive on this. Yes, we're coming across the Verrazano Bridge. We will find out what transpired.
Check this out. On the weekends, take a journey with the People's Mayor.
Curtis Lewa is a politician who says don't trust politicians.
It's Another Side of Midnight with Curtis Lewa.
The iconic, the legendary Curtis Lewa.
This city doesn't sleep, and neither does Curtis Lewa on Another Side of Midnight.
Oh, yeah.
Now, to the Bernard McGurk studios of 77 WABC. Here's Curtis Lewa.
Who let the dogs out? Who let the dogs out? Who let the dogs out? Who let the dogs out?
They're eating the dogs.
But the party was nice, the party was pumping. Hey, yeah. And everybody having a ball. Until the fellas started name calling. And the girls respond to the call. I hear a poor one shout out. Who let the dogs out? 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 I see the young people had a ball push. Billy Founders get out. Get back, Gruffy. Bash, Gruffy. Get back, you flea infested mongrel. Myself, I man, no get angry.
Wow, a lot of West Indian, Caribbean music tonight. What do you think? It's Carnival? But it's so appropriate because this next incident we're talking about, I believe, took place in Crown Heights. But before we get into all of that, as you just heard at the top of the news hour, Liz Radabali talked about 4 kittens who were left in a double hefty trash bag, sealed up, tossed into a garbage can in Sunset Park, not far from where my wife Nancy used to reside and manage many cat colonies there. And it's sickening. It's sickening, but the reason we're going to be talking about these issues is that animal issues have come front and center in this recent presidential campaign. As we saw in Springfield, Ohio, where President Donald Trump was talking about how Haitian immigrants were eating dogs and cats.
In Springfield, they're eating the dogs, the people that came in. They're eating the cats. They're eating the pets of the people that live there. And this is what's happening in our country, and it's a shame.
Now, President Donald Trump was never known to be pet-friendly at all. Never had a pet, as far as I know, growing up in his whole life. In his first 4 years in the White House, didn't want the proverbial, well, we got to have a dog. You know, you got a president, you got to have at least a dog, if not a cat. Chose not to have that. And then all of a sudden, towards the end of the campaign, before he won the election against Vice President Harris, Nancy, who became the issue the kidnapping and the execution of Peanut, and let's not forget Freddie the raccoon.
Freddie.
From the animal sanctuary in upstate New York. Became part of the jargon in the campaign.
Mm-hmm.
I've never in 70 years ever experienced so many animal issues taking front and center attention in a very heated, we were told at that time, razor thin. The polls were so hopelessly wrong like they were in 2016, 2020. And again, why anybody would listen to any of these pollsters is beyond me. They were wrong in 2016, wrong in 2020, wrong in 2024, and they'll be wrong again. But these same people will come on as guests and spew this nonsense, and everybody, raise it thin, right?
Well, how else would they get paid?
Exactly. Exactly, Nancy. If you say it's going to be a blowout, nobody pays attention. But if you say it's neck and neck, it's going to be razor thin, both sides, because both sides have posters. People keep spending more money. We need another poll. Every hour, another poll. Oh, it's razor thin. But the issues that played a role in this election for the first time ever were animal-related issues. And they dominated media coverage for a while. Ultimately, I don't think that's why Trump triumphed over Harris, but it certainly took up a lot of talk time, and rightfully so. So we're going to be talking about these two issues that are involved in severe animal cruelty, and in one of the cases involves, guess what, an illegal alien. Yep. Yep, and the question is going to be what to do. But first, we have the Animal Welfare Hour. We've actually been doing it, I think, since 2017, right?
Yeah, I think it's the first year we did it, actually.
2017. Long time. A lot of followers all over the world because in just about less than 24 hours, after a 2-hour deep dive rip and read that you do with me, 8 to 10, right after Joe Piscopo and the Frank Sinatra Coast to Coast extravaganza, sponsored by Ramsey Mazda, then it's 1 hour of all animal welfare issues. And if people have a need to know more about animal welfare issues, how is it they can get in touch with you, Nancy?
ProtectOurAnimals.org.
In fact, Gina, who works here in our social networking department, adopted her dog Ranger based on your advice from a shelter.
That's so awesome.
She and her boyfriend have had nothing but good results. And as a result of the good experience of your advice, they're now going to be adopting 2 black cats.
Yeah, that's what it's looking like. So we're, it's always really a beautiful thing when you find nice homes for them. So I'm happy. So I'm just, looking forward to that going through. And then, of course, just creating a nice little happy pet home for somebody else.
And if people are interested, where can they see all the cats that you have up for adoption?
Well, if you go to protectouranimals.org, you'll see the different ones that we have available for adoption. And, obviously just the different social media you have. Curtis Sliwa, I always, I'll post ones that are in different animals, like in the shelters, ones in need. So, but yeah, anyone we have for adoption is protectouranimals.org.
And it's interesting because you, like a lot of other people, will rescue these animals as they're ready to be executed in the city shelter system, Animal Care and Control, which executes, kills, destroys animals if they're not adopted after a period of time. Mm-hmm. So just a word of advice. Do not surrender your animal. Don't. Because you may not realize it. They'll tell you, we're going to find a nice home for your fluffy little yarn ball animal. That fluffy little yarn ball animal may end up being in a gas chamber. There's a certain length of time that they'll hold the animal. And if there are no takers, especially if they're older, they're infirm, or they're black cats, because, that suspicion that if you have a black cat, bad luck is upon you. It's a very good chance that they will be destroyed. So be extraordinarily careful. And when in doubt, just contact Nancy.
ProtectOurAnimals.org.
All right, so let's get into the Sunset Park story first. That's where you were from. I got to see all the cat colonies that you and other people were managing there in the predominantly Chinese area, the Hispanic area, and then down towards the waterfront where there were, a lot of feral cats.
A ton of feral cats.
And a lot of rats. If not for the feral cats, there'd even be more rats. So this is a horrible story that we heard Liz Radabali tell. Let me see if I got it right.
Mm-hmm.
4 kittens put in 2 hefty trash bags, hermetically sealed. What I mean by that is wrapped at the top. So eventually they would end up expiring because they would have no air to breathe. Horrible death. They're put in a trash container. Thank God somebody heard the kittens crying. Well, that's it. They would have been dead on arrival. What other details, if any, do you have at this point, Nancy?
Well, yeah, there were 4 of the cats. They were inside a trash bag. They were found. They're less than 2 weeks old. So now they're being cared for. Obviously, they need to be fed every couple hours because they're young. They don't have the mother cat. They seem to be, thankfully, doing really, well given the circumstances at the time right now. The timing was everything, like it is for the most part when you're finding any of these animals outdoors, especially the young ones, because it usually is just singular moments where you can catch them before either they make it or they don't. So it was just very fortuitous that he heard them. Now they're, like I said, now they're being fostered, but it seems like they're going to wind up ultimately when they are bigger at the Brooklyn Cat Cafe, which I think is really awesome. Like that's a great model for an animal shelter in general, because it sort of forgoes that cage concept where you have to see them. They're like sort of, by themselves all day. And it actually has a setting where all the adoptable animals are just sitting there, able to sort of socialize with each other. And then when the people come to visit and have the coffee and, look at any of the adoptable cats, they can see them really in their natural environment and how they interact and really get a feel for them, which makes it obviously a lot easier to bond with them and therefore want to adopt them. So, kudos to them.
And the Cat Cafe that we saw, there must be the same one on Atlantic Avenue.
Yeah, that's it. Correct. Exactly.
Right, which is right near like Brooklyn Heights Park Slope. Again, these are cats who roam about in the cafe, so they're not caged.
Mm-hmm.
So you get a chance to have your little muffin, your little tazza de cafe and biscuit, and bond with the cats.
Yeah, it's a better environment, obviously, for the cats to be in because they're not going to be stressed out in the cages. It's a much more, it's a better place to decompress, obviously, given that a lot of these are rescues. They're grabbed from the shelters. They're found on the streets. And actually, they have a more successful model and wind up, believe it or not, adopting out more cats than the shelter system does. That just shows you how if you tweak the model and you have the right focus, you actually can save these animals.
Exactly. And in fact, we've had conversations with our owner-operator, John Katzimatidis. He loves cats. In fact, he had one cat in his original supermarket progeny, I think, who was able to produce like 146 cats that ended up being distributed in all of his supermarkets. Because then that was a natural way of keeping away the rats, the mice, the rodents, which anytime you sell food of any type, any kind of foodstuffs, you need that. And yet there is a restriction here in New York City.
Yeah, again, like just total backward thinking. You shouldn't have the Department of Health saying, well, it's not clean to have cats monitoring the area for rodents, but it is okay to throw down a lot of the poisons in the same area you're cooking and preparing food. That's okay.
Yeah, and they've gone into bodegas, and they're not concerned about the bodegas having shoplifting incidences every day.
Like products that are 20 years old.
Right. Bodega workers being attacked by criminals, all that. No.
A hot dog that's been rolling around for a while.
Right. Why do you have this cat here? And then they write outrageous fines to the Department of Health. Outrageous fines.
Yeah, and actually it's great. There's a lot of attention given, obviously, to the bodega cats. They have their own following, and I think there's even like shows on them now. But everybody loves the local cat. No one ever has a problem. And there's like a couple of funny instances where you have like some Karen in a neighborhood where she tries to call out the cat, and then she gets like so much backlash that she'll like never come into the store again. She'll take down her social media. So there's a lot of defense of bodega cats too.
So we have had discussions with John. One of your dreams is to manage a cat cafe yourself, right?
I would like my own cat cafe.
We're gonna make sure that happens. You've been doing this for so many years, Nancy. You have rescued hundreds and hundreds of cats who would have been destroyed, like so many other animal rescuers who don't get the attention and recognition. Most of them are women, but not limited to women. Without them, be thousands of cats and dogs destroyed.
Yeah, I mean, and again, if you just swapped out a lot of the people who are actually doing the work out there on the ground and you put them where the animal care and control is now, the city shelter, you would actually see results. That's the problem, the people who are in charge of it.
But let's get back to this case, because we're going to work on making sure your dream comes true. Nancy will be able to have a cat cafe to rescue even more cats and give all of you an opportunity to come and see them in the cafe by getting a little Nutazza de cafe will be scared, a little muffin. It really is a wonderful idea, and it works.
Mm-hmm.
So many cats get adopted that way. But Sunset Park,
yes,
Brooklyn DA Eric Gonzalez does not have a animal abuse unit. Almost none of the district attorneys have a special unit that goes after animal abusers. So somebody took these 4 kittens, put them in 2 trash bags, sealed them up, because they wanted them to expire. They wanted basically to suck all the oxygen out so that they would just die a horrible death. You know that's on video.
Mm.
You know everything's on video nowadays.
Mm-hmm.
You want to bet that the police department has not done an investigation on this, even though they have a specialized animal unit, animal abuse unit? In typical police fashion, Nancy, this is what drives me nuts. They got so much to do just to fight crime, normal crime, that instead of saying, no, we want to be able to do that too. No, we want to be able to do that too. This is what the ASPCA used to excel in. They had deputies, men and women, armed, who would go into these areas, who would extricate animals who were being abused, who would arrest animal abusers, and then put them through the criminal justice system. These were men and women who were passionate about their work. The police department has an animal abuse unit, and every time we deal with them, it's sort of like, oh, really? Boy, this ain't going to get me a promotion. I'm not going to get a detective shield doing this kind of stuff. I was hoping to do this a year and move on. It's almost as if some of them are place setters. I will bet you that as much attention as this is getting now, where these kittens were going to be suffocated to death, there's been no attempt to get the film that we know must exist, because there's film of everything nowadays. Try to figure out who put the bag in there, trace it down, arrest the suspect or suspects, and then try them in criminal court in Kings County. That would be Eric Gonzalez. Guarantee you there's no effort on that. Guaranteed. Happens all the time. Luckily, these kittens were rescued by a good Samaritan. They're going to end up in the cat cafe. A rescue group is now taking care of them, as you mentioned, nursing them. There's so many of these groups. But there will be no follow-up. I guarantee you there will be no. And whoever did that will probably end up doing it again. We've seen this time and time again.
Yeah, and it's actually just also the Brooklyn Bridge Animal Welfare Coalition. Those are that's the group that actually is taking care of the kittens now, because, like I said, they're like 2 weeks old, so you have to feed them every couple hours. So that requires a lot of hands-on.
Our number is 1-800-848-9222. That's 1-800-848-WABC. I ask all of you, if they were actually to go through the video, which they should be doing, catch the culprit or culprits who are responsible for trying to suffocate these kittens, what should happen to them in the criminal justice system? Because almost nothing happens to animal abuse. It's almost inevitably nothing. Maybe a fine, a warning, and that's it. Our number is 1-800-848-9222. That's 1-800-848-WABC. But up next, wow. An animal, a dog, 14 floors up, is thrown to its death. Turns out it's an illegal alien. Nothing has happened. Now, when you sort of mix that into all the angst that's coming from local officials, we're a sanctuary city. You keep your hands off our illegal aliens, even if they've committed crime. No, you're not taking them back to their country of origin. You're not incarcerating them. You're not putting them on trial. We are going to assemble a jury of the best side of the other side of midnight listeners. And we're going to ask you to determine what should be done to this illegal alien. Because apparently, again in Brooklyn, almost nothing is being done, as nothing gets done against illegal aliens anywhere in the city of New York, because we're a sanctuary city. And the DA's here. Oh, illegal alien, let him go. Let him go. Cut him loose. Say that they're under supervised release, which is nonsense. Judge Weinberg the other day on the 5 o'clock roundtable discussion actually explained that's nonsense, Nancy. There's no such thing as supervised release.
Yes, I know.
It's a non-existent method of supposedly tailing an individual who's been released back into society awaiting, the criminal trial. Nothing happens to them. Nancy is going to give you the details. It's going to turn your stomach. And yet, it goes on every day in this city and other cities and areas all over the country, generally where the individuals responsible never have to pay a price. There are no consequences because it's animals. 1-800-848-9222.
This is Another Side of Midnight with Curtis Lewa. Now to the Bernard McGurk studios of 77 WABC. Here's Curtis Lewa.
How much is that doggy in the window? The one with the waggly tail. How much is that doggy in the window? I do hope that dog is for sale.
The old classic by Patti Page. But there's been a crackdown on those that sell pets out of storefronts because of the horrific conditions that oftentimes the pets or the animals are subjected to. Can you give us any updated details on that, Nancy?
Oh, and that legislation you're talking about?
Yes.
Unfortunately, in my opinion, it doesn't go nearly far enough. This is just the idea of trying to curb, I guess, more or less like the backyard breeders by saying, well, we don't want to have, certain storefronts selling the dogs, the bred dogs, but it's through not unless they're an approved breeder. So again, it's not that it's putting the whammy on the breeding altogether, which really is what they should do. They say it's for only approved breeders and then also shelter dogs. And it's really being promoted as, well, this is how we're going to get the dogs out of the shelters. You're never going to get them out unless you stop having the breeding. I mean, that's really the problem. I mean, people shouldn't be making money off of creating these animals that are, for the most part, most of them are abused. The most abuse, believe it or not, comes from these breeders to begin with. So it's not even really individuals. It's just through this. So, I mean, until you crack down on selling any dogs that are bred, I think you haven't gone far enough.
Well, we have what can we call it? A pet store.
Yeah.
That sells pets right near us. And what they do is they put the little puppies in the window.
Yeah.
And the moment people see the puppies,
like, oh, look at them.
They go in and before long, they were all bought. Because they see the puppy, they bond with the puppy. And we have said over and over to animal care and control. You got all these empty storefronts. Look at Madison Avenue. Every block, it's in empty storefronts. Put the animals in the storefront.
Mm-hmm.
And I guarantee you, people are going to be passing every day, and they're going to bond with one of those animals. They're going to say, hey, I got to talk to my wife, my kids. I really like that dog. Please, I'll be back tomorrow. I'll let you know if we can take that. And, boy, those dogs and cats from the Animal Care and Control Center would be flying out the door, would be properly adopted.
I mean, think about it. That's the whole reason why you showcase any item to people at all. Like, oh, I see it. I want to have it. Oh, I can envision it being in my home. It's like, how do you not put that concept together with pets who need the homes?
Well, we're going to make sure your dream comes true, Nancy, because it's such common sense. You're destroying animals instead of showcasing them. Madison Avenue, who would have ever thought years ago that Madison Avenue storefronts would be empty?
And it's, I mean, also, I think it's, there has to be really this concept too where people start, I mean, and again, I don't think it's that it's a really nuanced concept. I think it's really, a lot of people get it now. It's like the bond that you have with animals, the positive relationship you have with them, it's beneficial on so many levels, health-wise, mental-wise, to have that sort of close bond. So, I mean, you see it being implemented in certain programs and animals being brought to places and how they assist people who have, you know, certain things that can be helpful for. But it's such a natural, concept to really not develop that more and to enable people to have these animals more and really to foster it more, to make it like just so second nature, so secondhand. It shouldn't be a difficult hurdle to have an animal in your home. I mean, the animals need homes. People are benefit from them. I mean, let's just put it together.
Now, the horror story. Ripped from the headlines of every newspaper and every TV broadcast, and we even talked about it here at WABC. A dog ended up being thrown 14 stories down to its death. Horrible death. And it turns out the person who is responsible, an illegal alien. I believe there was, Crown Heights, Brooklyn?
That's correct, Crown Heights.
So give us the gory details and then tell us that this person has been arrested, remanded to jail, is on Rikers Island with like $100,000 bail hanging over his head, courtesy of Eric Gonzalez, the DA there, right?
Yeah, no, I wish I could tell you that. Of course, that didn't happen, though. So this was the individual who committed this act had befriended the dog owner several weeks or several months before, I think. And, they happened to just have a little bit of camaraderie based on, I guess, like natural origin, country of origin. And, so he basically started to get to know this guy who was getting a little bit weirder and weirder as you go. And they, at some point, had a little, now this individual's name is Alberto Morris, 33. He's the person who, he has no prior arrests. He's been in America for, I think, a little over a year, they said. He came from Panama.
Oh, Panamanian.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I'm assuming he is here illegally.
Well, they've identified him as a migrant. He has immigrated to the U.S. about a year ago. And again, so just very little history on him specifically.
Of course not.
Yeah.
They're not going to let us know. It's Kings County. It's Eric Gonzalez. It's a sanctuary borough.
Yeah. So anyway, like this one night, I think it was Halloween night. These two friends, right? They go out somewhere. This guy just totally gets. He loses his mind. He gets into a fight. He winds up stealing the keys of his friend's apartment. And by the time he realizes kind of what had happened, that, my keys were taken, now he's rushing home because he's thinking, he's going to steal things from my apartment. He's going to break in. He's going to, like when he came home, he had no idea what he was going to see, which was even worse than anyone could imagine, that this guy had burst into his apartment, took the dog, threw him off of the balcony, 14 stories down. The dog obviously, died on the ground there, had no chance of making it. He rushes home. He sees what had happened. It was several weeks later. It took them several weeks to finally get around to, getting to where this guy lived, this immigrant. And then arresting him. But, of course, he's already released because they charge him with animal cruelty. They charge him with property crimes, which is what the animals are considered in the first place. And he's released on his own recognizance. So he's not coming back to the court supposedly until March.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, if he makes it. We'll
Sure.
see.
Sure, Eric Gonzalez. He'll be returning to court. The likelihood is he's an illegal alien. The likelihood is he's going to slip between the cracks.
Mm-hmm.
The likelihood is when he gets arrested again a second, third, fourth time, whatever it is, from the simplest fare evasion to armed robbery, whatever it is, he's going to be cut loose again and again and again. A guy who would take an animal on a balcony 14 stories up, a helpless dog, and toss it to its death. Should have been put on Rikers Island. No bail. You remain in jail until you have court hearings, and then it gets adjudicated.
Yeah, I mean, just think about the concept. I mean, this guy, he got into a fight, and the first thing that he thought he wanted to do, I'm so angry, how am I going to get you back? I'm going to kill an innocent creature that has nothing to do with it. And he made a beeline to go do it. There was plenty of time before he got there to have changed his mind. I mean, that's a total psychotic behavior.
Now, let me ask you a question, because you spent many years at 100 Skimmerhorn Street in Brooklyn Criminal Court as a criminal defense attorney. You know how DAs work. You know it from inside out, Brooklyn being the largest borough with the largest DA's office. In this case, let's say the guy comes running home. He realizes that his friend has absconded with his keys. He fears the worst. He sees his friend on the balcony throwing his dog to its death.
Mm-hmm.
And now his rage is such. He loves his dog like so many people do. They love their animals more than they love people that they're related to. In fact, their own siblings, sometimes their own mom and dad. And based on this anger and this passion that he has for the dog, he rushes this guy. They get into a fight, and the guy, the perp, falls over and falls 14 stories to his death. What do you think is going to happen in that case?
I mean, I think for sure he'd be charged with, I mean, again, I'm not sure, like manslaughter, but he would be, because again, now this is where I personally am for the extension of defense, self-defense, and defense of others to your pet, because I think it makes a sense. But in the legal terminology, because pets are considered property, you couldn't try to defend your property by using deadly force. So he would be in trouble for doing that.
And by the way, study after study indicates that people who torture or kill animals are most likely to then escalate that to torture, harm, and kill human beings.
Yeah, like what do you think this type of person is going to do if they have a spouse or a child and they happen to have a disagreement or get mad with them? Like, I mean, it doesn't really take a genius to figure out what's going on here. You can't have a person like that walking around society. You don't know what they're going to do. They're a ticking time bomb.
Now, right now, Eric Adams, swagger man with no plan, has said we are a sanctuary city. He's going to defend that. We have heard President Donald Trump said he's going to get rid of all the bad hombres, criminals, people who have committed crime while illegally coming into the country, or maybe had committed crimes in their country of origin that never surfaced. Now we find out about it.
I can't believe that's such like a dramatic thing to like acknowledge. Like, of course.
No.
Like, what are they doing here?
Look at what they're doing in Denver. Oh, no, there's going to be Tiananmen Square. 50,000 of us will be out in the streets. We don't care if they committed crime while they were here against us.
I thought the whole point of having people who come here, we're going to assimilate them into this country, which means, yeah, you're supposed to go by what everyone else does. So if you don't abide by those rules, why are they getting special treatment? It makes no sense.
And the likelihood is in the third world country, killing animals or torturing animals is not considered a serious crime, if any crime at all.
And that's the whole point, right? So you have to basically be trying to educate people very, very quickly, and I think let's face it, and this is the crimes against animals. Again, this constant minimization of it as though it's not that serious. It's just an animal. is really a shortcoming in just the logic of the law, because of course someone who's going to hurt an innocent, defenseless, living creature, you have to understand how volatile that person is.
You know damn well Eric Gonzalez would not turn this person over to ICE if they came with a retainer. Would not. There's no doubt in my mind. You know that most of the elected officials in Brooklyn would actually probably circle this guy's place of living, wherever he resides, and try to prevent ICE from taking him away, making sure he's incarcerated. The rules are, if you commit a crime while you're here as an illegal, you get tried in our court system. If you're found guilty, you do your time in a prison or a jail here, and then ICE comes with the retainer. The moment you're released, they pick you up. They put you either in Vesey Street or Elizabeth in New Jersey. They detain you there. You're still entitled to a hearing. But then you are sent back to your country of origin. The problem we have now is that there is no reciprocal agreement with Venezuela, with Nicaragua, with Cuba, or with Haiti. With Haiti, there's just no government. There's total anarchy. Cuba will not take
Can
any of
we
their...
just talk to Barbecue?
Right. That's right. Barbecue is the gang leader there. Cuba will not take anybody back. Nicaragua, Ortega will not take them back. And Maduro, who has the most to take back, because all these Venezuelan gangbangers will not take them back. You've been by the consulate right across from St. Patrick's Cathedral.
Yeah.
50th between 5th Avenue and Madison, right where the rectory is. There is the Venezuelan consulate. They still have the flag flying outside. It's all boarded up. We have no communication with Venezuela. I'm sure what Trump is going to do is make a deal with Maduro to take these bad hombres back. But they don't just get shipped back. You got to understand. They get charged locally. So is Eric Gonzalez going to actually charge this guy? No. No, this is a sanctuary borough in a sanctuary city. We ain't giving ICE nobody. How crazy is that?
It's insane.
And this guy, is going to kill again, and this time he'll probably be a human being. Makes sense. All the studies indicate that. This guy will be roaming the streets as an illegal alien, a dog killer, probably bragging about it, and then go on and commit other crimes. And we will have elected officials who actually stand and say he has a right to stay in America. He should not be picked up by ICE. He should not be charged for these crimes. He should not be ultimately deported. Maybe people will get upset if it's animals, because they don't seem to get upset when it's human beings. It's sort of like when Saddam Hussein, what we found out, was gassing Kurds, with weapons of mass destruction. What's a Kurd? It's none of our business. The moment we found out that he was practicing by gassing beagles, remember? Oh my God, we gotta stop this crazy guy. So maybe that's what we have to do, is elevate this case, Nancy, that you brought to our attention, and say, look, you may not care if these illegal aliens violate people's rights while they're here as guests of ours, unwanted guests. We didn't ask them to come here. Our elected officials brought them here. We're paying for them. They commit crimes here, and we're told we got to give them sanctuary.
Yeah, I mean, and then think about what happens sort of internally within these communities, because obviously, people are able to commit crimes against their own people who they've come with as well, and there is no recourse. So you're really setting the stage for everyone who even comes here to realize, well, if I were to go to the cops, if I were to try to report something, there's nothing's going to be done anyway. So that's a really bad precedent to set.
Let's find out what you would do with this bad hombre, ladies and gentlemen, if you could. If you could be the Kings County DA, because feckless and weak Eric Gonzalez ain't going to do jack diddly squat but declare Brooklyn to be part of a sanctuary city. You keep your hands off of this dog killer. We're not going to deal with him, but neither are you, federal government. 1-800-848-9222.
This is another side of midnight with Curtis Lewa. Now to the Bernard McGurk studios of 77 WABC. Here's Curtis Lewa.
Yeah, don't come around here no more.
Don't come around here no more.
Don't want no more illegal aliens. No more.
Don't come around here no more.
We're overwhelmed by this.
Whatever you're looking for.
President Trump has said he's coming for the bad hombres. Tom Homan, the border czar, has said, you better not stand in our way. And who's standing in their way? Us, our elected officials here in New York City, and in California, and in Chicago, and in Denver. Give it up. Give up the criminals. They deserve to spend their time in jail here for crimes committed here, and then be sent back to wherever they're from. And if they can't be sent back wherever they're from, send them to hell. We don't want them. They don't belong here. Criminals, we don't want. And animal abusers, the worst. Because if you abuse animals, study after study indicates that you will be abusing humans. Family members, associates, strangers, friends, people you work with. It's almost a guarantee. Don't come around here no more. Let's go to Mike in Queens. Your turn to be heard here at WABC, Mike.
Good morning, Curtis, and good morning, Nancy. I'm going to be nice because I really can't say what I like to do to this guy over the air, but send this guy to Rikers for 5 years, and then when it's all over, send him back to his country of origin because you really don't belong here. A killer, an animal killer like that is disgusting. It really doesn't have no place in our society. And like you said and Nancy said, because if he kills a dog today, what's going to prevent this guy from killing another human? It's he totally shouldn't be allowed to participate in society.
Mike, now just imagine if ICE comes with a retainer to the Kings County District Attorney, Eric Gonzalez, and says, we're here to pick up the dog killer. Do you know what Eric Gonzalez and his staff is going to tell him? It's none of your business. This is a sanctuary city. We're not turning anyone over to you.
Yeah, I don't know where Eric Gonzalez is thinking. What is his mind pattern on this? How does he let people like that go free? It's unacceptable. You just don't throw a dog off of 14 stories. It's heartbreaking. This guy's going to go out and kill a human. It's like the other guy who killed a girl on the Georgia campus. It's just unacceptable.
Mike, it's a guarantee. And they won't be around to deal with the pain and the loss their family and the community will have. And even though we'll say, well, wait a second, you had this guy in your custody. Remember when he had the guy in his custody who raped the woman underneath the boardwalk in Coney Island, and they had released him?
Mm-hmm.
And their answer was, we worked out a deal. What do you mean? The guy was an illegal alien. What do you mean deal? You worked out a deal. You should have been saying, ICE, come take this guy away. He needs to face trial for raping a woman under the boardwalk of Coney Island. If found guilty, do his time here, and then send him the hell back to where he came from. They don't do that. Oh, we're a sanctuary city. Where? Judge Weinberg was here on the 5 o'clock round table discussion. As learned a man in the law, spent his whole life here, said there's no such thing. There is no such thing. Let's go to George in Putnam. Your turn to be heard here on the best side of the other side of midnight, George.
Go Buchanan.
Got through to you, Tony.
Oh, George.
Put a can of corn right in your cauliflower ear. Let's go to Verona in Queens. Your turn to be heard here at WABC, Verona.
Yes, greetings, Nancy and Curtis. I'd like to know, how can we help to facilitate Nancy's opening of her cat salon? What could we do as the general public?
Oh, I like the idea of that. Well, definitely reach out to protectouranimals.org, and I would love to be in touch with you. But yes, let's make this a reality. That'd be fantastic.
Okay, and also, would we be able to volunteer at the salon?
Yeah, absolutely. That's the whole point, right? It's just it takes a lot of people, a lot of effort. All the animals. The biggest thing they need is just the time and the effort from people. So, that's really the goal, to have more people physically involved and sort of spending time with them.
Okay, excellent. I'll send an email then to Curtis to give the details. So when it's up and running, or if we need to help you to source spaces or locations, then we can participate in that also.
Love it.
And Verona, to you and everyone else out there, all you have to do is contact Nancy at
protectouranimals.org.
And I promise all of you I will continue my conversation that we had with our owner-operator, John Katzimatidis, because just about this time last year, during the holiday, Thanksgiving, Christmas, when we do our special programs for those who can't be with their loved ones or are on their own, we always broadcast live. We don't take holidays off. We made that commitment ever since Nancy was side by side with me at Columbia Presbyterian that just had their annual fundraiser that John and Margot had gone to. They recommended me there because if I hadn't had that surgery for my Crohn's disease, that's it. I would have been ashes to ashes, dust to dust. And we made that commitment that every holiday we'll be on the air.
Mm-hmm.
For all those who can't be where they'd like to be or they don't have anybody to be with, we are their home away from home. We are their friends. We are their family, no matter who they are, where they are, all over the world, because right now it's dark out. We are the most powerful radio station on this globe. During the day, sunlight hours, we are the most powerful radio station from coast to coast. And we are probably, I can't speak for every radio station, but the most animal friendly. In every way, we talk about animal stories. We talk about what needs to be done to help animals, to save animals. And we're going to make sure your dream comes true, Nancy. I'll have that conversation with John. We'll sort of go full circle from where we were last year during Thanksgiving and Christmas, where we were talking about this. Let's go to Carol in Long Island. Your turn to be heard here at WABC, Carol.
Hi. You've been talking tonight about the dog that was thrown out of the window. Well, it's true that in New York, pets are still considered property, but you can, in New York, you can now get your pet covered by an order of protection issued by a judge.
That is interesting. Nancy, could you report on that tonight when we return for the Animal Welfare Hour 10 to 11 to follow up on what Carol has just told us?
Oh, absolutely. That's interesting.
And Nancy, I just also want to let Nancy know that in Calverton, there's a horse rescue ranch, Warrior Ranch, that rescues horses, and then veterans and first responders with PTSD come and work with the horses.
Oh wow! That's interesting. My grandfather's in Calverton.
Warrior Ranch. It's on Edwards Avenue, just a few miles off the LIE. That's my plug. No pun intended. For the night.
Excellent, Carol. Do appreciate that. We're going to follow up on that tonight at 10 o'clock. Boy, they don't even issue orders of protection oftentimes for people in need who are being stalked. This would be an interesting thing if they're actually treating animals like the Pew Research survey indicated this past year. For the very first time, 97% of Americans viewed their pets as family members, no different than their own daughter or son or grandchild, father or mother or grandparents. 97% of Americans, whether they supported Trump or Harris or they were apolitical.
This is Another Side of Midnight with Curtis Lewa. Now to the Bernard McGurk studios of 77 WABC. Here's Curtis Lewa.
Padre, Filio, Spiritu Santo. Oh, wait in the 4 o'clock hour. Story about intrigue in the church, both here in New York and Brooklyn and over in the Vatican Bank. It involves who? It involves the mayor, his bagman Frank Carone, and the former Monsignor Jamie. You don't want to miss it. Oh, I've connected all the dots. Let's go to Kevin in Greenwich. Your turn to be heard here at WABC, Kevin.
Curtis and Nancy, I want to get a cat, and I'm going to offer my landlord a deposit so I can get a cat. And I was thinking about getting the meanest cat and trying to become friends with it. Like, think about if you have the meanest cat and one day you wake up and it snuggles against you or something.
that might be a difficult task, though.
But, Kevin, you are serious about getting a cat?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
All right. So Nancy has rescued many cats.
Yeah, I would definitely go with probably like the older or the senior ones, right? Because I would say maybe scared, not necessarily mean, because means that's a little different connotation. But I would take scared because scared can come around. Mean might have to watch your back.
Absolutely. So, Kevin, to everybody else out there, if you're looking to adopt cats, you have them online, Nancy.
ProtectOurAnimals.org.
And remember, Nancy's line of cats competes with the death row cats and dogs that the animal care and control shelters of New York City that get millions of dollars from us, the taxpayers. They have a death row list. Nancy has a list of cats she's saved and rescued and gotten their meds, their shots, socialized them, and have prepared them to be adopted by any of you. So just go online and take a look. If you're interested, reach out to Nancy. And again, our goal this year is to make sure your dream comes true, Nancy, that we can get a cat cafe open that you can run so we can save even more of God's creatures.
A happy world for kitty cats.
Who are destined right now in shelters. If not adopted, they'll be destroyed.
Check this out. On the weekend, take a journey with the people's mayor.
Curtis Lewa is a politician who says don't trust politicians.
It's Another Side of Midnight with Curtis Lewa.
The iconic, the legendary Curtis Lewa.
This city doesn't sleep, and neither does Curtis Lewa on Another Side of Midnight.
Oh, yeah.
Now, to the Bernard McGurk studios of 77 WABC. Here's Curtis Lewa.
Guns and Roses to the break of dawn. Ain't nobody going to sleep on me. Nancy Sliwa has left the house. On her way to Central Park, she'll walk through there as Lone Wolf, check out the circumstances, and then hit the sack. Not me. To the break of dawn, and then prepare for the Rip and Read 8 to 10, where we'll be breaking more news. And then the Animal Welfare Hour from 10 to 11. You don't want to miss it. But I want to relate to you an experience that I had. The other day, I was being driven on the Bell Parkway from my beloved Canarsie. All roads lead to Canarsie, both good and bad. Exit 13 on the Belt Parkway, Rockaway Parkway exit, and I was heading towards Howard Beach. And I passed what was the Spring Creek dump for many, many years. Just tons and tons of garbage would be dumped there by the sanitation department and also private sanitation. Sometimes dead bodies in the mix that were never recovered. And a lot of chemicals, a lot of toxic waste. I mean, that pretty much is a browning field. You can see the methane gas that just emerged from tons and tons of trash that was accumulated over the years. And so once it was sodded over and it was called now a state park, you have the big billboard that calls it the Shirley Chisholm State Park. Shirley Chisholm, a black congresswoman from Crown Heights from 69 to 83. I remember having met her in Crown Heights when I was going to school there, going to Brooklyn Prep, which was over on Nostrand Avenue between Sterling and President. And I was walking along Eastern Parkway from Utica Avenue, and I met her there. She was running for the Democratic Party nomination to become President of the United States. And I remember they were saying, first woman to run for president. She was Barbadian from Barbados. I remember she told me she had gone to girls' high school before it merged with boys' high school. They were separate entities on Atlantic Avenue, boys and girls' high school, and went to Brooklyn College. Local product. Grew up, well-respected, well-recognized. Ran in a Democratic primary to become President of the United States, but failed. And it sort of reminded me of different things that have occurred in our area. Triggered me off. I love statues. We need more statues. Why do we need more statues, Broadway Bill Lee? Because we got a lot of pigeons who need to basically perch themselves on statues. Always a great perching point. You know, they have special paint now you can put on statues as they do to General Sherman. Right there in the shadow of the Plaza Hotel. Where if you notice the entrance to Central Park there at 59th Street and 5th Avenue, it's like painted gold, but you never see pigeons on it pooping anymore. They got that special kind of coating. Rust-Oleum, whatever the hell it is. It's the anti-poop paint that keeps the pigeons away. But if you walk through Central Park, you see, former Senator Daniel Webster of Illinois, who debated Abraham Lincoln 7 times when they were running for Senate in 1958. The Lincoln-Douglas debates, 3-hour debates. We're lucky if we get an hour debate with 30-second responses. These guys smoke extemporaneously for hours discussing the issues of the day, slavery first and foremost. And even though Senator Douglas went on to win the Senate race, Abraham Lincoln did so well because these debates were carried nationally that he ended up touring the country in preparation for running for the presidency in the first Republican Party effort to elect a president. First, he stopped at Cooper Union right there at Astor Place and gave that speech. I mentioned it last night before 2,000 people, in which he talked about the issue of slavery, which had divided the country. He said, look, the South should preserve the slavery they already have. The North should abandon all concepts of slavery and be slave-free, and any new territory settled should have no slaves. And the speech was so well received that after doing well in the Lincoln-Douglas debates, and remember, Stephen Douglas did not have to debate him. So you have the statue of Stephen Douglas. You have Daniel Webster, the great compromiser. You walk through Central Park, and you see now the statues that have been erected to the women who had fought for the right of women to vote and to be heard. Susan B. Anthony, Elizabeth Cady Stanton. And it's interesting because they were not only members of the abolition movement, some of those women, but the suffragette movement. Most people don't even pay attention to those statues. I do, because you can learn a lot of history, especially if they have plaques there that explain a little bit of that. So my attitude is more statues, not less statues. And because that's part of the way that we're educated. You can self-educate by looking at a statue, and then while you're standing in front of a statue, obviously you have your smartphone, your iPhone, you Google it, and you learn even more information about that person that you may never have known about, because that statue may have been constructed decades ago, centuries ago. And it sort of leads into a statue that is outside of Grand Central Station. Most of you probably pass it every day if you're in Midtown. I was there because I'm dealing with the ongoing problem of the illegal aliens being brought in and processed at the old Roosevelt Hotel. It continues. As much as the city is claiming there are less and less illegals coming in, there's about 1,000 a week coming in, and they all get processed at the Roosevelt Hotel. And the surrounding area is a hot mess as a result of it. Hot mess. Most of them who stay there are Venezuelans. And then there are those from North Africa. The last time I was there, Mali, a lot of them were from Mali. A lot of them were from Chad and Senegal. And I talked to them. Venezuelans, they got attitude, man. It's like, who are you? You know, like, they think they already run this joint, like they own this country. They really got an attitude, like there's no tomorrow. The other migrants are more approachable. But when I was passing, going towards the Roosevelt Hotel, which is in the shadow of Grand Central Station, I saw the statue of Cornelius Vanderbilt right outside. Many of you probably pass by all the time, and you're wondering who that statue is. Well, that's Cornelius Vanderbilt. At the time, in his heyday, the second richest man in the world. You know how we're talking now. You know, Elon Musk, aide-de-camp to President-elect Donald Trump, first richest man in the world, Tesla and all of his other holdings, second richest guy, Jeff Bezos, Amazon, right? They go back and forth, one or two. There was a time that Cornelius Vanderbilt was the second richest man in the world. The first richest, John Rockefeller from East Cleveland, who owned Standard Oil. It was a monopoly at that time. That was it. You needed oil, you needed gasoline products, you had to get it from Standard Oil. A monopoly. Until eventually that monopoly was broken up. And you know who helped break the back of that monopoly? By taking John Rockefeller from East Cleveland, a little town outside of Cleveland, with some of the wealthiest people who ever existed. If you go to East Cleveland now, you'll cry. You'll cry. It's like East Orange. You'll cry. You know, if you've been to East Orange outside of Newark near Irvington, you see these massive Victorian mansions because at one time, very wealthy, well-to-do people, doctors, lawyers, investors lived there. No more. No more. East Cleveland in worse shape than East Orange. In fact, I had a former guardian angel from the Cleveland Guardian Angels who was the mayor there for a while. What a character he was. Turned out he was a cross-dresser. I had no idea. Could have been on RuPaul's Drag Race. That's the subject for a different program on the best side of the other side of midnight. But let's talk about this. So there he is. Huge statue to Cornelius Vanderbilt, who built Grand Central Station. Because remember, he was the railroad magnate. He owned so many railroads. The New York and Harlem Railroad, that was where his wealth came. A monopoly, by the way, a monopoly. And I think the third wealthiest man in the world at that time was Andrew Carnegie, who actually was a Scot, came from Scotland to America, and then established his wealth. But the reason I mentioned Cornelius Vanderbilt, when I saw this statue, I knew the story of Cornelius Vanderbilt going way back to PS 114 when I was there in Canarsie. We had a lesson about famous and wealthy people who had emerged from New York City. And the first person we were told about was Cornelius Vanderbilt. Do you know where he was from, Broadway Billy? You have no idea, right? Of course not. Do you know where he was from, Tony? You have no idea. He was from Staten Island. Oh, I bet you Frank Morano, that Mama Luke, didn't even know that. There are people who live on Staten Island and have no idea that Cornelius Vanderbilt, the second wealthiest man in the world back in the 1870s, was originally from Staten Island. In fact, I think last time I passed, there's the Vanderbilt Family Cemetery and Mausoleum. It's in Toad Hill. And he was a Moravian. I have no idea what that religion is. I know it's a Protestant religion. I guess the one thing that I remember was that Moravians, or hopefully I'm pronouncing it the right way, interpreted the Bible individually. So that meant my interpretation could be different than yours. Tony could be different than yours. Broadway Billy. So that made them different than Methodists, Presbyterians, sort of like what we call the old line Protestant traditions. And so they're buried right there. There's the Moravian Cemetery. If anybody happens to know who the Moravians are, I'd love to have a better and fuller discussion of it, because there are so many different groupings within the Protestant old line traditional faith that I have absolutely no idea about. I've heard about them, and I'm sure many of you have heard about them, but you really don't know anything about their practices and what makes them different than, let's say, the mainstream old-style Baptists, Presbyterians, Methodists. You know who the Methodists were? Hillary Rodham Clinton. Oh, yeah. Oh, God. Bush 43. Oh, God. Our number is 1-800-848-9222. That's 1-800-848-WABC. One thing about the Methodists, you go over to their house for a Thanksgiving meal, you get maybe two little strips of turkey. You get the green moldy Jell-O, right? Get a few strips of asparagus strips. They're very, what they say is, a sparse amount of food. Go for seconds and you'll be sucking air. Now, you want to drink a lot of scotch? Knock yourself out. There's a whole liquor cabinet there. But food, and then you open up the cabinets, and they have everything in Tupperware, everything measured. I couldn't believe that. You go to a Jewish household, an Italian household, hey, manja. And whatever you didn't stuff in your belly, they give you doggy bags to take home. Oh, no. Not the Methodists. Presbyterian. Oh, heavens to Betsy, no. Little bit of food, one serving, Tony, you're not going to be happy. Broadway Billy, you're not going to be happy. You want to knock back some scotch, some rye, some whiskey, go ahead, drink yourself, knock yourself out. Not all of them. Some of them are teetotalers. Some of them are a little dry, like we don't drink liquor in this house, so my experiences. Our number is 1-800-848-9222. That's 1-800-848-WABC. But the interesting thing we were talking about Vanderbilt is that his grandfather was an indentured servant who came over from the Netherlands, Holland. That's the other thing I can never figure out. Is it the Netherlands, or is it Holland, or is it the same? All I know is people over there, they smell the tulips, they wear wooden shoes, and they look at the windmills, and they smoke ropes of dope in Amsterdam at their cafes, and they look at the trains go up and down in Rotterdam. Why is it called the Netherlands? Why is it called Holland? Hey, this is participatory, ladies and gentlemen. I don't interview guests who anoint themselves as so-called experts. I get this information from you because many of you are out there right now saying, wow, he's talking about me. I'm Dutch. Well, if you're Dutch, why do you call your country of origin Holland and yet also the Netherlands? I've never, ever, ever had an adequate explanation. And especially with what happened recently in Amsterdam when that Israeli soccer team came over to play their national team, Ajax. And, oh, my God, the anti-Semites came out to give them all beatdowns. And Bibi Netanyahu had to send airlines, El Al, on the Sabbath to come whisk them away to Ben Gurion Airport to keep them out of harm's way. And, boy, that was a really bad incident. So you mean to tell me there's nobody out there who knows why some people refer to the Netherlands as Holland and other people refer to the Dutch as the Netherlands? What is everybody stoned here, Tony? I'm going to give you another chance. You know, it's not like you got to be the Encyclopedia Britannica to listen to this, the best side of the other side of midnight, but it is participatory. 1-800-848-9222. That's 1-800-848-WABC. So Cornelius Vanderbilt, second richest man in the world, distrusted doctors like many of you. Like Robert F. Kennedy Jr. distrusts doctors. And as this railroad baron, he would not go see a doctor for medical attention. He actually consulted fortune tellers who would contact spirits. I don't know if they did it with a Ouija board. And he would purchase conic elixirs from traveling salesmen who they would call snake oil salesmen. Second richest guy in the world, did not believe in medical doctors. And discovered two sisters who themselves were out there telling fortunes, contacting spirits, the dead, and channeling with them. You know, like Hillary channels Eleanor Roosevelt, you know, in the forest area of Chappaqua, the whitest suburb in America, where even the lawn jockeys are white. After she gets a double latte at Starbucks, she actually has conversations with Eleanor Roosevelt. And these two women were selling conic elixirs. One was named Victoria Woodhull, and the other was named Tennessee Woodhull, sisters. One would be the first woman to run for the presidency of the United States, help form the abolitionist movement and keep it alive, and the suffragette movement. And yet it was at a time that women couldn't even vote. Ran for the presidency of the United States. Yes, Broadway Bill Lee. But women did not yet have the right to vote. If memory serves me correctly, they fought for that right in 1878. It wasn't until 1920 that they got that right through the 19th Amendment. And, you know, we say that right. Well, only white women got that right. Black women, Indian women, any other one, no vote for you until 1965, the Civil Rights Voting Act, signed by Lyndon Baines Johnson. And if you've ever been up to New York State, Seneca Falls, they had their convention there in 1848, put together by the Quakers, Elizabeth Cady Stanton, whose statue, I believe, is in Central Park. By the way, has anybody ever been up there? Has anybody been up to Seneca Falls? That's one of the few places in New York State out of the 62 counties I've not been in, but it's considered like the home of the suffrage movement, of women fighting. Imagine they had to fight for their right to vote. They produced the babies. They did all the work at home, and they weren't even capable of voting. And the woman who first ran for president was not the distinguished Shirley Chisholm, although they celebrated her birthday the other day at her memorial. It was really Victoria Woodhull, and wait till you hear her story. You know, probably would most titillate Frank Morano, the Mama Luke, host of The Other Side of Midnight, which is syndicated coast to coast, is the fact that this woman who ran for the presidency of the United States in 1872 espoused free love. Yeah, that got your attention, Broadway Bill, Lee, and Tony. Imagine, 1872, espoused free love. As long as women were equal, she said, shocking the Victorian sensibilities of the time, I want to love everyone promiscuously. There's no difference to me if you're old or young, black or white, a pagan Jew or a Christian. She lived with her ex-husband, her husband, and her lover all in the same apartment. And this was 1872. And she ran for president on the Equal Rights Party. You would think that somebody like Frank Morano would be in love with her, right? I mean, look, Sinema in Arizona, until she decided no longer to run, who declared herself to be an independent. The moment she said she was bisexual, my God, Frank Morano, his heart was fluttering. Oh, my God, I got to interview Senator Sinema. And naturally, she treated him like a stalker, like Tulsi Gabbard and Selena Gomez that he's tried to interview on the air. He just doesn't know how to stop. Stop emailing them. Stop contacting whoever their publicist is. Ease up, pal. They think you're a stalker. Could you have imagined an interview with Victoria Woodhull, first woman to run for president? When she ran, they took all the ballots that had been signed with her name, because there were paper ballots at the time, and threw them out. Right? You talk about what? Election interference? Imagine people were filling out the ballot and saying, I'm voting for Victoria Woodhull of the Equal Rights Party. Her vice president running mate was the famed abolitionist Frederick Douglass. Hey, that pretty damn good ticket, right? And the presidential candidate, the woman running, believed in free love, peace, love, and happiness long before her time. It's like almost 100 years later, there was Woodstock and Haight-Ashbury, right? The era of free love. Any of you have any idea about that? 1-800-848-9222. Oh, History 101. The class being conducted by yours truly, self-appointed professor with absolutely no college degree and considered a high school dropout since the Jesuits shined their boots on my backside at Brooklyn Prep in 1972 before I could finish my senior year and kicked me to the curb, and I never looked back. 1-800-848-9222.
You're going to learn a lot if you listen to Curtis.
This is Another Side of Midnight with Curtis Lewa. Now to the Bernard McGurk studios of 77 WABC. Here's Curtis Lewa.
Telling white lies in the dark times. It's harder to tell the truth. Is it working if we're hurting? There's so much left to lose. Did we run out of luck? Did we run out of time? Somewhere in the million ways we tried, and we gave it our best, thought it was enough. Till it's not, till it's not. We got
Come on, nobody has better music than yours truly, Curtis Lewa, right? Play it away, Broadway Billy. To the break of dawn, nobody going to sleep on me.
Aren't you tired of fighting fires? I wish you could tell me now, 'cause I need you, got too much to lose. How could I watch us drown? Did we run out of luck? Did we run out of time? Somewhere in the million ways we tried, and we gave it our best, thought it was enough. Till it's not, we got lost in the flood of trying to find us. Maybe we forgot how to love, set fire to us, and watched it burn up. Maybe we forgot how to love.
Forgot how to love. Well, back in 1872, Victoria Woodhull was the first woman ever to run for the presidency of the United States, even though women had not yet acquired the right to vote. You said, how can that be? It was. I kid you not. She had the famed abolitionist Frederick Douglass as her running mate, her vice presidential candidate. And she ran on a platform of free love, the Equal Rights Party. Again, shocking the Victorian sensibilities of the time. Can you imagine she was on the stump, no amplification, telling a crowd, guys who were like salivating, like, whoa, I don't have to tell my wife, do I? As long as women are equals, I want to love everyone promiscuously, no difference. If you are old or young, black or white, pagan, Jew or Christian, I welcome you. At the time, she was living with her ex-husband, her husband, and her lover in the same apartment. And everyone who ever voted for her, they took the ballots and they ripped it up. And you know why? They said, how could she run for president? Women can't even vote. And yet, she could run for president, but I guess it was the first case of election interference, right? So before Trump was screaming about that in the election in 2020 and says he's going to address that to the Department of Justice, just remember the name, Victoria Woodhull, and her sister, Tennessee Woodhull, who began by telling fortunes, contacting spirits through the Ouija board, and selling life elixirs. Oh, yeah. Let's go to Bill, who's calling from New Hampshire. Your turn to be heard here at WABC, Bill.
Hi, Curtis. Long-time listener, first-time caller. You had asked for some information about the Moravian Church. And I just want to pass on that it started in what was then known as Moravia, a part of Czechoslovakia. And it started by a religious reformer by the name of Jan Hus, who, for his efforts, was burned at the stake. And this happened about 50 to 60 years before Martin Luther started his religious reformation.
Wow, that's interesting. Burned at the stake. And here, Cornelius Vanderbilt was not born a Moravian. He actually, I think, was born a Methodist, decided to convert because he said, in this church, I get to interpret the Bible as an individual, not with a group of people. Would that be correct?
That's one facet that I'm not sure about.
Well, I do appreciate the fact, Bill, that you have at least answered the riddle that the guy who created the Moravian Church in Czechoslovakia years before Martin Luther tacked on the list of indulgences to the Catholic Church. He was so right about that. Imagine the Catholic Church at that time said, you want to get to heaven, give us money. Here you're going to heaven. What bullschnizzle. The only problem with Martin Luther is he was right about that. But he hated the Jews. Isn't it interesting? They all hate the Jews, right? They all hated the Jews. I mean, they wanted to kill one another in the Reformation. Protestants versus Catholics, hundreds of thousands, millions died. But you could have stopped the battle between the Protestant and the the Protestants and the Catholics on the battlefield and say, there's a village of Jews over there. And they would say, well, let's take time out and do a pogrom on them and practice and then come back to slaughtering one another. Our number is 1-800-848-9222. That's 1-800-848-WABC. The other interesting thing about the first woman ever to run for the presidency of the United States, we talked about Harris. We talked about, obviously, Hillary. Memorialized the other day was Shirley Chisholm, first black woman to run for president. But she doesn't get her credit. Victoria Woodhull. Remember the name. You would think that Frank Morano, the other side of midnight, would be talking about her. The first female stockbroker ever. Are you aware of that, Broadway Billy? You have no idea. Actually, because of her friendship with Cornelius Vanderbilt, she and her sister, Tennessee, became the first female stockbrokers on Wall Street, 1869, right after the Civil War. She was the first woman to address a congressional committee about the woman's right to vote, 1871. She wanted to nationalize the railroad, regulate monopolies. She promoted an 8-hour workday, end the death penalty, and welfare for the poor. Wow. How come people weren't taught about that? Hush, hush. God forbid we mention that this is a woman who promoted free love, peace, love, and happiness. Our number is 1-800-848-9222. Let's go to Vince, who's calling from Long Island. Your turn to be heard here at WABC, Vince.
Hey, Curtis. Just wanted to fill in the Vanderbilt story. I don't know if you were aware that Anderson Cooper, through his mother, is a part of the Vanderbilt family.
Oh, yeah. I think it was Vanity Fair had that huge article about her, obviously her son Anderson Cooper, and I guess the sort of the up and down and all around about their lives.
Yeah, she was Gloria Vanderbilt, so that's his connection.
Let me tell you something. You think if we went up to people, now remember, if you were to ask people nowadays who's the second richest man in the world, many of them would say Jeff Bezos. It rotates back and forth between Elon Musk and Jeff Bezos of Amazon and all of his other holdings. But if we were to mention Cornelius Vanderbilt, whose statue is right outside of Grand Central, he built Grand Central, owned so many of the railroads, you think anybody would know about that, Vince?
Very, very few at this point. Yeah, that's it's gone down the black hole of history for a lot of people. But,
right?
You
think this should be taught to our children and children's children? It's such a significant portion of our history.
Oh, yeah. And it's the easiest way to teach too. You talk about literally a concrete situation like Grand Central Terminal, and we've talked about the railroads and the Vanderbilts, and it could be living history if it's presented well. It's very easy. Yeah.
By
the way, Kurt.
Yes.
I was going to say, Elon Musk. Here's something, and I think maybe a lot of people aren't aware of, but it's kind of an interesting fact. Elon, E-L-O-N, is in the Old Testament. He was a judge. I'm not sure exactly when in the history of Israel. He was like a minor judge at some point, but his name appears in the Bible. I've often wondered, where does such a name as Elon come from? But it's a biblical name.
Yeah, I have no idea. I appreciate you giving us edification on that. The other thing that nobody talks about with Elon Musk is in Silicon Valley, when he was making his bones, when he was coming up the ranks and developing friendships and obviously developing his tremendous wealth, they were having like 72-hour parties, not necessarily like Sean Puff Daddy Combs freakouts, but lots of acid and lots of ecstasy, and he's spoken about that.
Yeah, well, he will never be held accountable for that the way you or I would be, going for a job interview. He's in a completely different area of society than we are.
I got to tell you, though, times are changing. You got Aaron Rodgers, the failed quarterback for the New York Jets, espousing the use of LSD, of shrooms, psychedelic drugs, talking about ecstasy, Molly, all those other drugs. Many of the most successful men and women now who come out of that Silicon Valley group have these parties in which they're dropping acid, they're doing shrooms, ayahuasca, the very things that Aaron Rodgers is talking about, Molly and ecstasy. Yeah? On a regular basis. And yet, when they become successful, as he is now, obviously, they don't even mention it. Not a mention of it. In fact, it would be interesting now that he's hanging out with Donald Trump, who doesn't even believe in drinking alcohol, doesn't at all appear to use drugs of any type, although I don't know, but it just doesn't appear. Imagine for them to have a frank conversation about all the drugs that Elon Musk has consumed in his lifetime. Shocking. You think that would at all bother Donald Trump? Does it at all bother you that some of the most successful men and women of the world have been using all kinds of drugs, from Ritalin to keep their focus, to smoking weed morning, noon, and night, to using cocaine, ecstasy, Molly, acid, LSD, the whole 9 yards? Some of the most successful men and women in the world. They'll talk about it when they're coming up the ladder, but the moment they become a success, it's almost like, don't bring that up. Yeah, but no, that was then, this is now. Our number is 1-800-848-9222. That's 1-800-848-WABC.
It's Another Side of Midnight. Now, to the Bernard McGurk studios of 77 WABC. Here's Curtis Lewa.
Today, didn't want to hear, but I knew that it would come. An old true friend of ours was talking on the phone. She said you'd found someone. And I thought of all the bad luck and the struggles we went through, and how I lost you and you lost you. What are these voices outside love's open door? Make us throw out our contentment and beg for something more. I've been trying to get down to the heart of the matter, but my will gets weak and my thoughts are scattered, but I think it's about forgiveness, forgiveness, even if you don't love me anymore.
Great song. Don Henley, The Heart of the Matter. The Heart of the Matter, many, many years ago when I lived on the Lower East Side, Avenue A in St. Mark's. Occasionally, I would walk over on the Lower East Side to Venero's, which I see is celebrating their 130th anniversary in existence. It's a pastry shop that people travel to from, states and states away, even foreign countries. When they come here, they want to go to the Lower East Side to Venero's. They want to have that Italian biscotti. And obviously all the other pastries. When I was there and I sat there and had the biscotti outside, I remember one of the old timers there from the Lower East Side, wise guy, was telling me that both Frank Sinatra, the chairman of the board, and Joe DiMaggio, the Yankee Clipper, both loved Venero's, but they hated one another. And I said, why? Why did they hate one another? He wasn't quite sure. So tonight when I see Jersey Joe Piscopo, because he broadcasts live here from WABC, his nationally syndicated show from coast to coast, it's on from 6 to 8, sponsored by Ramsey Monster. I'm going to ask him. He knows everything about Sinatra. I'm going to ask him, why is it that Frank Sinatra and Joe DiMaggio hated one another? If any of you out there know, weigh in on it, because maybe Joe Piscopo knows, but won't tell me the story, because he tends to protect the image of Frank Sinatra. You know, he talks about all the good, of which there is a lot of good, but doesn't mention the bad and the ugly. Our number is 1-800-848-9222. That's 1-800-848-WABC. And I see recently that the actor Steve Sciarippa was in Blue Bloods, before that, The Sopranos. Friend of Sid Rosenberg, has appeared often. Ordered 1,800 cannolis from Venero's. You imagine 1,800 cannolis from Venero's. Now, they got damn good pastries. But who the hell ate 1,800 cannolis? You'd have like a heart attack. I remember at Ferrara's competing in the cannoli eating contest in Little Italy. I think I finished 4th place. I was shaking like a leaf afterwards. There's so much sugar in there. You shake like a leaf. Tony, try to get the answers real quick, because we got to change up as we get the next hour. Why did Joe DiMaggio, and Frank Sinatra hate one another? By the way, we are going to get a little blast from the past from Steve Sciarippa, who ordered the 1,800 cannolis from Venero's on the Lower East Side.
Are you confident that New York will be back? He says it's back already.
No, I think we're doomed.
Really?
I'm not confident at all. I think we're finished. I think it's so broke it can't be fixed.
Really?
That's what I see. When I took a walk. I mean, I walk all over the city, you know that. But for some reason, I wind up on 8th Avenue. You go from 8th Avenue, you walk up there, you're in hell, man. You're in hell. Go like from 34th Street, 33rd Street, 32nd Street, up to 57th. You're in hell.
It's true. The junkies,
it's horrible.
the
There's
homeless.
Junkies. There's beggars. There's junkies. There's migrants. I mean, we're giving the migrants money. We put them in a hotel. We give them phones so they could rob us. They're here to rob us. They're not here like our ancestors to do better and to make better lives for themselves. They found a bunch of suckers, and we're it.
By the way, later on, that's why you don't want to go to sleep, I'll talk about how a tourist from Italy got slashed in Times Square. Like slashings are occurring everywhere. Anyway, let's go to Thomas in Long Island. Your turn to be heard here at WABC, Tommy.
Yeah, Curtis. Basically, they're both Italians, DiMaggio and Sinatra. But I'm a musician, so the first record I ever heard was Frank Sinatra. So I know a lot about him. I'm 3/4 Italian, 1/4 Dutch. And I think because DiMaggio was married to Marilyn Monroe, there was some problems there.
But you're not sure.
No, I'm definitely sure, but I don't want to. I don't like to talk about people when they're not around anymore. They can't defend themselves. But I believe Sinatra had riffs with everyone. Let's put it that way. So even Jimmy Rosselli, the Italian singer, was supposed to sing at Frank Sinatra's mother's party, but he had an engagement. And then Frank Sinatra got all his records and the jukeboxes taken out. And they got together again later, but it was he was very competitive, Sinatra.
Well, obviously, competing for the number one Italian stallion in America, you would be competing with Joe DiMaggio, who by then, after his baseball career, is best known to a new generation for the commercials he did for the Bowery Savings Bank and for the Mr. Coffee coffee maker.
Yeah, coffee.
That's right. I mean, for a generation that never saw Joe D play, that's it. They knew him, the Bowery Savings Bank spokesperson, and you talk about a cup of coffee from Mr. Coffee. Padre, Filio, Spiritus Sanctum. Oh, wherever you are, Joe Piscopo, you know. When I take over for you with Nancy at 8 o'clock later on today, I'm going to be asking you, what was the beef that the chairman of the board, Frank Sinatra, had with the Yankee Clipper, Joe DiMaggio? I will bet you Joe DiMaggio, who never says anything disparaging towards Frank Sinatra, according to Joe Piscopo, Frank Sinatra could walk on water, could actually feed the poor by taking fishes and bread and multiplying it and walk across the Sea of Galilee. I mean, if you listen to Joe, he knows only the good. I know the bad and the ugly. Let's go, if we can, to Carmine in Corona. Your turn to be heard here at WABC, Carmine.
How you doing?
I don't know. What do you got for me here, Carmine?
Well, I got something under my fingernails. I can tell you something.
What do you got?
I think Frank Sinatra was scoffing Marilyn Monroe before Joe DiMaggio.
Ah.
And Joe DiMaggio found out.
That's plausible. That's very plausible. So he was...
why would you have what? One man hates another man. It's got to be over a woman.
Oh, jealous, right? Jealous.
Sure. That's the Italian thing.
Yeah, but then again, wouldn't he have been jealous, Frank Sinatra, of JFK stooping Marilyn Monroe and then saying to his brother...
I think because of the position of JFK, Sinatra really had to keep his mouth shut, too.
Yeah, that's because, remember, RFK was investigating the mob, which may well have led to his demise and his brother's demise. Oh, yeah, no. We're going to be talking Kennedys up next. It's not the conspiracies around their assassinations. I'll leave that to the Stone Zone, Roger Stone, who's on in a few hours, 3 to 6. And obviously the Mamaluke Frank Morano. And our own John Catsimatidis, they love to indulge in that. No. I'm going to compare what went on with JFK, RFK, Ted Kennedy in the 60s to what's going on in Florida now as DeSantis has to figure out who is going to replace Rubio, Lara Trump, or someone else.
Check this out. On the weekend, take a journey with the People's Mayor.
Curtis Lewa is a politician who says don't trust politicians.
It's Another Side of Midnight with Curtis Lewa.
The iconic, the legendary Curtis Lewa.
This city doesn't sleep, and neither does Curtis Lewa on Another Side of Midnight.
Oh, yeah.
Now, to the Bernard McGurk studios of 77 WABC. Here's Curtis Lewa.
Oh, yeah, ladies and gentlemen. We're going deep. We're going to make the connection between the Kennedys and what's going down in Florida as we speak. But before we do that, I still haven't figured out what RFK Jr.'s position is on Tang. To drink it or not to drink it, I can't even find it.
Something I can use. People love it when you lose. They love dirty laundry.
They love dirty laundry.
Well, I could have been an actor, but I wound up here. I just have to look good. I don't have to be clear. Come and whisper in my ear. Give us dirty laundry. Kick 'em with it up, kick 'em with it down, kick 'em with it up, kick 'em with it down. Kick 'em with it up, kick 'em with it down, kick 'em with it up, kick 'em all around.
By the way, what is Robert F. Kennedy Jr.'s position on drinking Tang? Is he for it, against it? Ladies and gentlemen, I can't even find Tang any longer.
Give us dirty laundry. Can we film the operation? Is the head dead yet? You know the boys in the newsroom got a running bet. Get the widow on the set. We need dirty laundry.
Oh, they love that dirty laundry. All I ask is one thing. I don't want to know about the sexting of RFK Jr. and him chasing skirts. It's in the Kennedy's DNA. I just want to know if he's going to be Secretary of HHS. What is his stand on Tang? Remember, ladies and gentlemen, one of the things we were told out of the billions of dollars spent on NASA, what came out of it? Tang! We were told we had to drink Tang in the morning. And then one day, there was no Tang left. Will RFK Jr. bring back Tang? Or will it be banned for all of eternity? I ask you, when is the last time any of you had Tang? The drink of the astronauts. Our number is 1-800-848-9222. Our number is 1-800-848-WABC. I can't even get an answer from RFK Jr. on that because Frank Morano, the Mamaluke, runs interference for him. If you would tell me what your position on drinking Tang is, I might actually ease up on you being a crackpot and a screwball, of which you are. But the Kennedys have always had dirty laundry. And all of you wanted to believe the story of Camelot, the propaganda that was pumped out by Daddy Joe, the patriarch, the Nazi sympathizer who loved Adolf Hitler, had to be sent back on the orders of Winston Churchill to FDR. Get him out of England here, your U.S. ambassador. He's basically swapping spit with Adolf Hitler. Ain't not one answer about Tang. 1-800-848-9222. That's 1-800-848-WABC. All right. Ease off. Now, you know what one of the many offshoot stories is of this recent election cycle with the election back into the White House of Donald Trump? And if any of you believe the analysts, the consultants, the pollsters, the contributors, the professional talking head guests that you heard here and everywhere else, 24/7, 365, they were wrong in 2016, but you listened to them again in 2020. They were wrong then, but you listened to them again in 2024, and they were all wrong with 2024. But you'll continue to listen to them. That's why I don't do guests. I don't do guests because they spew nonsense. They really do. They memorize their lines. They do 10 interviews a day, and they say the damn same thing over and over and over ad nauseum. But we're going to get into an evaluation of what is happening in Florida because with the elevation of little Marco Rubio, you remember, President Donald Trump was very disdainful of him the first time around in 2016. Remember, he labeled him Little Marco Rubio. Well, he will become, if confirmed by the United States Senate, I don't see a problem there, by his colleagues in the Senate, the next Secretary of State to travel the world and to meet and negotiate on behalf of President Trump and his administration. As a result, a vacancy of the seat is left. And according to the laws and the Constitution of the state of Florida, either first or second fastest growing state in the nation, it goes back and forth with Texas. Much of it because of the fear and the flight that continues out of Connecticut, all of New York, New Jersey, and eastern Pennsylvania. They have to fill the seat. The governor, DeSantis, is capable of choosing the person who will fill the seat until a special election is called 2 years. Well, actually, not a special election, but the normal election cycle, because Governor DeSantis was reelected in a landslide in 2020 that led to many in the Republican Party feeling he was the here and now and the future of the Republican Party, and they backed him up and felt he should be the Republican nominee. That quickly began to disassemble itself as he turned out great executive, great administrator, lousy candidate. He just does not have personality and does not have the average people's touch the way Donald Trump had to develop. Remember, Donald Trump, when he was first dabbling with the idea of running politically, he wouldn't even shake your hand. Yeah, he was like Howard Stern, man. He's like germaphobe, man. He wouldn't even shake your hand. Now he's hugging. You know, he's doing things I never thought he would ever do. He had to evolve into it. Not easy when you're a germaphobe. Guy like Howard Stern continues to be a recluse because he thinks germs are all about him and any day they will consume him and he will die. He is obsessed with that. Donald Trump was able to break out of that pattern. But when Donald Trump chose one of his political enemies back in 2016 to be the U.S. Secretary of State, now it left that void. And if you've been listening to Sid Rosenberg, who's a very good friend of Lara Trump, it's obvious, and she does a very good interview. I would say out of all the Trumps, and remember, Donald Trump is enamored with the dynasty of the Kennedys. It's almost like he grew up the same time as I did. He's a baby boomer, and unfortunately was affected by that Camelot propaganda that was pumped out to all of us. I rejected it. Most of you accepted it, and maybe slowly but surely with Ted Kennedy and all of his shenanigans and all the other Kennedys who would always blame their problems on taking Ambien as he would crash and get into all kinds of vehicular accidents in the wee hours of the morning. Oh, it wasn't me. It was the Ambien. Yeah, sure. Right. you finally got to feel that you were scammed out in believing this age of Camelot that had been created all around them. But there's real palace intrigue taking place, real political intrigue that is taking place in the state of Florida as we speak. The power of the world, when sworn in on January 20th, Donald Trump is lodged right now in Mar-a-Lago. It is a state that is run by DeSantis in Tallahassee. He claims that he is having interview after interview after interview to fill the vacancy of Marco Rubio. And I'm sure he is. He has a choice. He could actually appoint himself as U.S. Senator, and then the lieutenant governor, a Latina, a Cubana, would take over. Or he could appoint a lieutenant governor, the Latina, the Cubana, to serve the 2 years and then maybe run for election once DeSantis is term limited out. A lot of fascinating opportunities. DeSantis has also talked about appointing his chief of staff to serve the next 2 years, and then there would be an election cycle. Lara Trump, see if you can find Broadway Billy, Lara Trump's most recent interview with Sid Rosenberg, in which Sid was asking her questions. Would you want to be appointed to that seat? Have you talked to DeSantis about it? And her answers were interesting because she said she had recently met DeSantis, but they exchanged just salutations and greetings and went nowhere else. In fact, listen to her most recent interview with Sid Rosenberg in the morning.
So now we find out that Rubio needs a replacement. Your name is being bandied about. Has there been a private discussion, just Lara and her father-in-law, Donald, about possibly taking that job?
Yeah, I mean, we've of course we've talked about it. I talk about a lot of things with him. I've talked about it with my husband, and it's a big decision. There's no doubt about it. But certainly, it's been a discussion that our family has had, and I think that he knows that if this is the right thing, and this is what Governor DeSantis wants to see happen, I think it ultimately will. And again, I've said it before, but I would truly be honored, to have served as co-chair of the RNC in this capacity, in this election, has really been an honor. And I'm so proud of our team and what they were able to accomplish in this election. And no different, I would be honored to serve for the people of Florida as their next senator, if that is something that Governor DeSantis decides. But we'll see.
You're the only choice. You hear me? You're the only choice.
Well, smooth. In my mind, in just watching Lara Trump, the way she handles interviews, her personality, which explodes, she's a much, much better representative of Team Trump than Donald Trump Jr. himself, the oldest son, or Eric, her husband. For a while there, I remember it was Kimberly Guilfoyle who would be doing a lot of the talking. She was the girlfriend of Donald Trump Jr. I think she still is, although they seem to have had a little bit of a falling out. But at one point, coming from the Fox News channel, she had some kind of relationship with that ski host, that Svatchim Scaramucci, and then met Donald Jr., and they've lived together, and she was talking on a regular basis about Team Trump. She seems to have faded to the background, hasn't disappeared, faded to the background. But the interesting thing about Kimberly Guilfoyle, remember, she was married to Governor Newsom, Pretty Boy Newsom, out in California. They were both prosecutors. That's how they met together. San Francisco DA's office, and then he became the mayor. They were married. He had an affair with the wife of his chief of staff. Boy, it really gets freaky-deaky. And then, as a result, they ended up being divorced. But Kimberly Guilfoyle knows where gruesome Newsom's bones are buried and who buried them. Wow, there's a lot of palace intrigue there. But she sort of like faded into the background. Still there, but not up there with Lara Trump. And then remember, originally, Ivanka Trump, Trump's oldest daughter, he had said back in 2016 when he was elected the first time that he always felt in the future Ivanka might make a good presidential candidate. He depended greatly on her and her husband, Jared Kushner. They had no role in the campaign and may have a very minimal role in this a new election cycle in which Trump is back in the White House. But I think she was a senior advisor at the time in 2016 to the White House, along with Jared Kushner, who is responsible for the Abraham Accords. Really interesting. His father was the big fundraiser for all the Democrats. Guy who has resurfaced in Jersey City, wants to run for mayor now, Jim McGreedy. I call him McGreedy because he had risen up the ranks. He had been the Woodbridge mayor at the time that I would go to the Rio Diner, Teddy Lakakis and his family there. When the king of talk radio, Bob Grant, my mentor, would have remote broadcasts, I mean, the place was packed. The mayor at that time was Jim McGreedy. Went on to get elected to the state legislature and then became the governor. And as you remember, resigned when he said, I am a gay American. Well, everybody knew he was gay. It was because he was corrupt. And Jared Kushner's father was a big fundraiser for Jim McGreedy and the other Democrats. But Jared Kushner's father got in trouble because he was in business and he didn't like how his brother-in-law was handling things, so he set him up with a prostitute in a room in which the activity of his brother-in-law was being filmed. Oh, yeah, that got your attention, Broadway Bill Lee. And then once Jared Kushner's father got the VHS tape, he looked at it, he laughed, he made a few copies, and he sent one copy to his own sister. You can imagine what happened in that household. So that was part of his revenge. Eventually, he would be indicted for political corruption by Shamu El-Jefe Chris Christie, who was the U.S. attorney in Newark, and rightfully so. Jared Kushner's father was a crook. He then ended up getting sent to Alabama to Camp Fed there. And Jared Kushner, like the good son that he is and was, would visit him every week, would take a private jet down there every week to visit his daddy. And that's what caused the contentious relationship in the White House the first Trump term when Shamu El-Jefe, Chris Christie, was in charge of the transition team at first until he got bumped aside. Palace intrigue, the knives came out. And it was Governor Pence of Indiana who became the head of the transition team and eventually the vice president. And Shamu El-Jefe, Chris Christie, was on the outside looking in and later on got the job of promoting drug treatment for drug addicts. Well, boy, did he get this thing dismissed. But it was Jared Kushner who always held a feeling of revenge towards Shamu El-Jefe, Chris Christie, even though you would think that Jared Kushner would understand his dad was a crook and corrupted the political process. But he didn't. And every chance he had to speak to his father-in-law, Donald Trump, constantly would be berating him. What do you have Shamu El-Jefe, Chris Christie around for? You should stop talking with him or dealing with him as if you had a bad habit. Just let it go. Well, eventually, Shamu El-Jefe, Chris Christie, hey, where's my whale sign? You're sort of slow on the trigger today, Broadway Billy. Whenever I say Shamu El-Jefe, Chris Christie, he's sailing up and down the Jersey Shore from Point Pleasant to Wildwood, and no sound at all. It's almost like you're mute. It's sort of like you're staring at me like Bambi stares into the headlights of hunters while you're wearing an orange fluorescent jacket. And it's hunting season. Oh, there he is. How you doing, Chris? Yeah, I know. You could have been the Attorney General for Trump the first time. Nope. Could have been his chief of staff. Nope. Oh, you're the guy who recommended Ward. That's right, Ray. Ray was your private attorney during Bridgegate and hid your cell phone in his safe. Yes, he did. Don't lie, Shamu El Jefe Chris Christie. And there he floats up and down the Jersey Shore from Wildwood to Point Pleasant, vowing revenge, basically saying now, oh, Harris, you didn't deliver. You left me high and dry. Here it is. I walked a gangplank with you like Kellyanne Conway's husband, promoting the alternative to Donald Trump. And now I'm doomed to be harpooned out here at some point. Or I'll end up crashing into one of those blasted windmills that they're constructing off the Jersey Shore. What a crybaby. I'll never forget when he was governor, he was on the boardwalk of Seaside Heights. Had to be reinforced because it almost collapsed underneath him. And he went to the custard stand and he ordered 2 custards at once. He was 2-fisting the custards, one at a time, eating it. And a guy rolled by and said, hey, what's wrong with you? Shouldn't you be eating 1 custard at a time? And Shamu El Jefe Chris Christie started running after him, wanted to give him a beatdown, and the state troopers had to hold him back. It's okay. It's all right, Chris Christie. You'll probably be on this morning, right, with, what was that, Twinkle Toes on ABC National News, Stephanopoulos. What is it? That's all he does now. He's asked 2 questions about Donald Trump. I hate him. He's no good. He's a threat to democracy. Okay. Then he comes on next week with Stephanopoulos. I hate him. He's a threat to democracy. Okay, next week, the same damn thing. Our number's 1-800-848-9222. There he is, Shamu El Jefe Chris Christie. Right off the Jersey Shore. There she blows! Let's go to Larry in Virginia. Your turn to be heard here at WABC, Larry.
Yeah, good morning. How you doing, Curtis?
How do you think I'm doing, Larry?
You know, you're doing your regular thing. I got a good story about Tang. You want to hear about Tang, right? The drink of the astronauts.
That's right. Remember, that's how they sold it to us, that all the astronauts, including Glenn, the most famous of all astronauts, Mr. America there, that they all drank Tang, and we should drink Tang too. We should drink Tang too. No more orange juice, no more milk. We should have Tang with everything. Remember? Put Tang in our cereal.
Yeah. Well, anyhow, I had a girlfriend years ago on Long Island. She lived on Eastern Long Island. And I was running a truck, an 18-wheeler. We run a lot of produce out of Florida. So we'd haul citrus, grapefruit, tangerines, oranges, and whatnot. And she drank, I'll be honest with you, she was an alcoholic. But she was okay. She wasn't violent or nothing like that. She was a friendly drunk. And, I'd bring we go to the market, in Hunts Point there, and if you had extra, you buy a case of oranges down in Florida for, give the guy $5 and throw an extra one on the trailer. And, I'd bring her the orange juice and she'd drink, what a mimosa is. It's orange juice and champagne. And I was staying in a house there for a while, when I was off the road. And her mother lived downstairs, and the poor thing was getting Alzheimer's, the mother. The mother was a very nice lady. And we'd be upstairs, and the house that she had was like we used to call it a salt shaker. It was like a high-roofed house, and it had like a balcony, and she lived upstairs, Janine. And the mother was downstairs. And, we wake up in the morning, and the mother was, she was not a teetotaler, but, she didn't abuse the alcohol. And we'd be drinking mimosas, with the orange juice and the champagne. And the mother would say, "What are you guys up there, Oh, we're just drinking orange juice, Ma." So, okay. So I come off the road, and you remember where it used to be O'Toole's, where Slim's Bagels is over there, or the Springfield Boulevard and the Expressway?
Yeah, where you get a schmear on the bagel.
Yeah. Well, she loved them, too, the bagels, Janine. So anyway, I call her up from the bar. On the end, it was the bar, O'Toole's Bar, and it was so narrow that, that when you walked in there, I'm a big dude. I'm like 6. At the time, I was about 240. I'm 6'5". The bar stools were so close to the bar, you had to turn sideways, to get down there. It's anyhow. I call her up and she says, "Where are you?" I told her I was in the market. "Oh, get me a case of oranges." I says, I didn't get one down in Florida. I had a load of grapefruit on this time. You're going to have to drink Salty Dogs, grapefruit and vodka. So, okay. I go out to the island, right? And, I go over to the house, drop trailer, and I go over to a house. And "Where's my oranges?" I says, "Oh, geez, I don't have none." So it's, it starts back and forth. "I told you better go over to the shop." I said, "Listen, all right, go downstairs." She says, "There's this thing of Tang in the cabinet, in the kitchen." I says, "All right." So I go down there. I'm hunting around. So I finally find this jar of Tang, and it's there's a little bit left in the bottom, maybe 2 inches. This stuff, you shake it because it was powder, and it wasn't, what. So I open it up and I says, "Hey, J.O., how long have you had this?" She says, "I don't know, 15 years or something." Because she was going to make a Tang in orange juice, right? Not orange juice, vodka. And I says, "Well, can I do with it? Put hot? No, don't put hot water in it. You'll dissolve it. Take one of the knives and just keep stabbing it, till you break it loose, right?" So I'm stabbing it with the knife because she had, big kitchen knives and whatnot, and wound up broken the bottle. Because I'll tell you what, it was like solid, because I guess all the sugar and whatnot that's in it, and then it started again. "Hey, what did you do?" So I had to go across the street to the ShopRite and get some fresh oranges for her.
I'm telling you, Larry. I'm telling you, we were taught that if you wanted to be a champion, you wanted to be just like John Glenn, a U.S. astronaut. You had to drink Tang. Forget the orange juice, COJ. Forget milk. You had Cheerios in the morning, Wheaties, put Tang in it. Tang would be the resolution to everything. Vitamin C. No, forget vitamin C for dealing with a cold. You took Tang for everything. Tang could deal with cancer. Tang could deal with headaches. Tang was the remedy of our generation. And now I can't even find freaking Tang. Our number is 1-800-848-9222.
This is Another Side of Midnight with Curtis Lewa. Now to the Bernard McGurk studios of 77 WABC. Here's Curtis Lewa.
Poker face. Poker face. Lady Gaga. What is this song about, Broadway Billy and Tony? I bet you don't know, do you? Of course you don't.
I wanna hold them like they do in Texas, please. Fold them, let them hit me, raise it, baby, stay with me. I love it. Love game, intuition, play the cards with spades to start. And after he's been hooked, I'll play the one that's on his heart. I'll get him hard, show him
You have no idea what poker face means, do you, Broadway Billy and Tony? You know what it deals with? Bisexuality. Oh, yeah, boy, that got your attention real quick. To be a man but fantasize about a woman. Bisexuality.
It's not the same without a gun. And baby, when it's love, if it's not rough, it isn't fun. I'll get him high, show him what I got.
See, listen to the words, absorb them.
I'll get him high, show him what I got. Can't read mine, no, we can't.
So, what does this have to do with Ron DeSantis in Florida? A lot. As Donald Trump has reminded all of us over and over again, that if not for his endorsement of Congressman Ron DeSantis for the governor's race in Florida, he would not have won the primary and could not have gone on to barely beat, if you remember, the black candidate for governor. He lost by just 34,000 votes. Remember Andrew Gillum, the once rising Florida Democratic star, who just nearly lost that election. Nearly. How was he? The mayor of the Swamp, I think, Gainesville. I'm not quite sure. I think it was Gainesville. And the reason I play that song, if you could play that again there, give me a little poker face action here. The bisexuality. Remember what happened to Andrew Gillum? They found him in that hotel room with a gay porno star with, how can I describe what was in his dupa, his tuchus, meth? Yeah. Passed out, remember? And he said, I don't know this guy. I never saw this guy before in my life. Little did you realize that this song by Lady Gaga was about Andrew Gillum's inability to deal strictly with his heterosexuality. Because eventually he went on to say, I fought the resistance, but I am a bisexual. But Donald Trump likes to remind us that over and over that Ron DeSantis, the congressman, would never have gotten through a Republican primary if not for his endorsement, and would not have won the gubernatorial race against Andrew Gillum, the first African-American to run for the governorship of Florida. And to a great degree, Donald Trump is correct. In fact, Donald Trump came back to Florida to campaign for DeSantis because in the final run-up to the election for the governorship, he was trailing Andrew Gillum. Now, what does this have to do with what is happening here and now to try to replace little Marco Rubio, the Senate seat he's giving up to become the next Secretary of State in this new Trump administration? This is a battle of the new generation of the GOP and the future of the GOP. It's the last go-round for the baby boomers. By the time Donald Trump finishes this term, he'll be 82. And he ain't running again, no matter how many times he hints, well, maybe I'll run again. It ain't happening. So you have Ron DeSantis, who's 46, whose term limited out in 2 years. You have J.D. Vance, the vice president, who's only 40. And if he doesn't falter along the way, he'll probably be the Republican candidate for the presidency after Donald Trump finishes his 4 years. And then you have the brightest star of the Trump family, his daughter-in-law, Lara Trump. She's 42 and the wife of Eric. So Ron DeSantis will not have an opportunity to run for the presidency for quite some time. And J.D. Vance, if he doesn't fall off his horse and then takes over for Donald Trump once he leaves office upon being term limited out, he ain't picking he's not picking Ron DeSantis. So what Ron DeSantis is saying to himself is, I do not want Lara Trump to be the U.S. Senator. Now, I could prove to be completely wrong, but I believe he doesn't want Lara Trump overshadowing him as U.S. Senator, nor does Rick Scott, the senior senator of Florida, want Lara Trump basically overshadowing him. That's what happened when Hillary Rodham Clinton, remember, filled up the pickup truck with the hillbillies and racketeers in Little Rock, came to Chappaqua, the whitest suburb in America where even the lawn jockeys are white, and set up the love shack with her always exploring husband, Bill Clinton, I'm being nice, and then went on that listening tour, remember, for about a year throughout New York State, because she was going to replace the retiring Daniel Patrick Moynihan, who was always half in the bag by 11 o'clock in the morning. He had the rum rouge and the Jake leg from drinking white wine at 11 o'clock in the morning. And then he retired to his apple orchards in Dutchess County and was sipping that white wine morning, noon, and night. Hillary went on to become the junior senator, overshadowing the schmuck-to-putz Chuck E. Cheese Schumer. He hated that. So there's no way, at least I, in reading the political tea leaves, that he's going to appoint Lara Trump to the vacant U.S. Senate seat. And there is precedent to this. Speaking of the Kennedys, they have a mansion down in Palm Beach. I've actually been there, walked in there unexpectedly, and like most of the Kennedys, it was like noontime. Well, like half in the back. I mean, you talk about people who drink morning, noon, and night. That's the Kennedy clan. But let's think back to the age of Camelot when JFK was elected president in 1960. Now, how did he become president? He stole the election. His daddy did, because Joe the Patriarch made a deal with Daley, the mayor of Chicago, and Giancani, the mob leader in Chicago, and they stuffed the ballot boxes in northern Illinois while the Republicans were stuffing the ballot boxes in southern Illinois. But that was the margin of victory. The smartest move they made was to run LBJ as their vice presidential candidate, because had it not been for LBJ, they probably would have lost Texas to Nixon and thereby would have lost the election. But LBJ, because of the criminal enterprise he ran in the state of Texas as the U.S. Senator, was able to stuff the ballot boxes there for Kennedy. And so Kennedy won the election, by the way, at the point that Richard Nixon conceded at about 3 o'clock in the morning or soon after. The vote tally in California, his home state, because he lived in San Clemente, was that Kennedy had won the popular vote in California. It turned out when once the absentee votes came in, it was actually Richard Nixon who won the electoral votes from the state of California. He had already conceded. He should have asked for a recount. It was so razor close. But Richard Nixon just conceded. And now JFK was the president. So he asked the Massachusetts governor to name a guy named Ben Smith as the interim U.S. Senator to basically take over for JFK, his unexpired term, which he did in December of 1960, just days before JFK was sworn into office as the President of the United States. And the reason that was done was to keep the seat available for his brother, Ted, his youngest brother. Because remember, he already knew he was going to appoint Robert Kennedy, his attorney general, youngest attorney general ever. And in 1962, after Ben Smith served out those 2 years, there was a U.S. Senate special election. Ted Kennedy was running. That was the Kennedy plan. Then all of a sudden it had surfaced that Kennedy had been kicked out of Harvard, something that they had tried to keep hush-hush, mush-mush for cheating, which was all true. And the guy who was running against him was part of the legacy of the Henry Cabot Lodge family. In fact, the whole campaign was that the seat should be merited, not inherited. I like that. The U.S. Senate seat replacing JFK should be merited, not inherited. Unfortunately for George Cabot Lodge, he lost by 55% of the vote to Ted Kennedy. His father was Henry Cabot Lodge, who in 1952 had lost his re-election to who? JFK. Henry Cabot Lodge was appointed in 1963 to be the ambassador to South Vietnam, and he was there when Kennedy, through the CIA, launched a coup d'etat and had the president of South Vietnam, an ally of ours, whacked because he was trying to convert Buddhists to Catholics. And the consensus in the CIA was this will cause an insurrection. This will cause more of the Buddhists to side with Ho Chi Minh in the north and join the Viet Cong, which was the rebel group in the south that was supporting Ho Chi Minh and the North Vietnamese. So three times, Henry Cabot Lodge had run against Kennedy. 3 times. He was the vice president for Richard Nixon, who lost to Kennedy. You talk about intrigue. You talk about a palace guard situation. You talk about legacy versus legacy. The legacy of the Democrat Kennedys in Massachusetts versus the legacy of Henry Cabot Lodge and his family in Massachusetts. Republicans versus Democrats. And I think, as Paul Harvey would have said, now you know the rest of the story. JFK got his way as patriarch of the family, basically always made sure that JFK got his way, along with RFK and Ted Kennedy. Joe Kennedy. Right now, that person who is the patriarch of the Trump clan is the president of the United States, Donald Trump. What, if any, pressure will he subject Governor Ron DeSantis to in order to appoint his daughter-in-law, who's been the star of this election cycle as the head of the RNC, to appoint Lara Trump, the wife of Eric, as the U.S. Senator, filling out the term of little Marco Rubio. Wow. We're talking a lot of intrigue here, a lot of intrigue. 1-800-848-9222. That's 1-800-848-WABC.
This is Another Side of Midnight.
There was a time you couldn't get any closer to President Donald Trump. Dana White, guy who started the UFC, oversees it, originally from Connecticut, an Irishman who went to Vegas, and you know the rest of this story. Stood on that stage of the RNC convention in Milwaukee on that last night, right before Hulk Hogan got on the stage to introduce the candidate, Donald Trump. and had this to say.
I know President Trump is a fighter. I've been saying this since 2015. Now look at what's happened over the last 10 years. We have all seen it with our own eyes. I know President Trump is literally putting his life on the line for something bigger than himself. And he's willing to risk it all because he loves this country.
Last Saturday night, he hosted President Donald Trump and his huge entourage at the UFC fights in Madison Square Garden. And then 2 days later, Dana White recognized that the long knives were out for him at Mar-a-Lago, and he was getting nudged out the door by Elon Musk and others who were dominating the ear of President Donald Trump. So he had this to say about politics.
You told my colleague Adam Stern you have no political aspirations. You will not be part of a Trump administration. Is that true?
That is a fact. I'm in the fight business, which is the dirtiest, nastiest business. We all hate each other, and we're all fighting every day. There's nothing dirtier than politics. It's disgusting. It's gross. And I want nothing to do with it.
It's disgusting, it's gross, and Dana White wants nothing to do with politics any further. Now, he still pledges his support to his very dear friend, President Donald Trump, but he experienced, after the thrill of victory and not the agony of defeat this time for Donald Trump, how politics really works. Because once a victor is announced, the Piranha Circle, it's elbowing each other out. You were brothers and sisters in solidarity during the campaign, and then it's like roller derby. And guess who got knocked out of the box? Dana White, because who's dominating the time, the mindset, and the thought process of President-elect Donald Trump? Elon Musk. So let me hear that one more time. Dana White, what he had to say about this blood sport. He oversees UFC, but he said nothing is as comparable in terms of being dirty and treacherous as politics.
You told my colleague Adam Stern you have no political aspirations. You will not be part of a Trump administration. Is that true?
That is a fact. I'm in the fight business, which is the dirtiest, nastiest business. We all hate each other, and we're all fighting every day. There's nothing dirtier than politics. It's disgusting. It's gross. And I want nothing to do with it.
You're right, Dana. There is nothing in this world as dirtier and as gross as politics. It's the closest thing to organized crime without the dead bodies. And in the case of the Clinton family, well, friends of Bill and Hillary Clinton, and what is it, about 55, who have died under mysterious circumstances. They'll have a meal with you one night, embrace one another, and the next day they'll have a press conference denouncing you and acting as if you are the dreck of society. He's right. Politics is a dirty, dirty business. Padre, Filio, Spiritus Sanctum. We said politics is a very dirty business. It is. But the business of the church can be very dirty at times, too. As can the work of the lawyers who I call liars for hire. Men and women like my own wife, Nancy, who when they go to law school, like my wife did at Brooklyn Law, and I said, how did they train you? She said, one moment, I'm making an argument in the defense, and then the law professor says, okay, stop right there. And right now, give me the argument for the offense. And they turn you into somebody who can pivot and shift at a moment's notice. The story you will hear up next involves the Brooklyn Archdiocese. A very powerful priest, an enemy of mine for many years. His mentor, who I grew up with in Canarsie, and oh boy, was also a friend of the bagman of Eric Adams, swagger man with no plan, the attorney Frank Carone. the Vatican Bank that they traveled to together in May. It's the three amigos. Father Jamie, who's now been knocked down from Monsignor, the crooked attorney Frank Carone, the bag man for Eric Adams, and of course, the bag man himself, Eric Adams, swagger man with no plan, intrigue like you've never heard before.
Check this out. On the weekend, take a journey with the People's Mayor.
Curtis Lewa is a politician who says don't trust politicians.
It's Another Side of Midnight with Curtis Lewa.
The iconic, the legendary Curtis Lewa.
This city doesn't sleep, and neither does Curtis Lewa on Another Side of Midnight.
Oh, yeah.
Now, to the Bernard McGurk studios of 77 WABC. Here's Curtis Lewa.
Oh, not another tape. Oh, it's like that. I'm your dream come true when it's on a platter for you. Then you pull back when I try to make plans more than 2 hours in advance. Slam the door, hit ignore. Saying no, 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 no more. I got you blocked after this and afterthought. Finally cut you off. I feel so much lighter like a feather with you off my mind. Floating through the memories like whatever, you're a waste of time. You say no's a miss, you act like a bitch, you fit every stereotype.
Oh, I noticed you're grooving to that, Broadway Bill Lee and Tony. It's okay.
With you out my life.
She's no Lady Gaga, that's for sure. But she's climbing the ranks, and you must be wondering, many of you, who is that? That's Sabrina Carpenter. You're saying, who is Sabrina Carpenter? Well, on Halloween night, she blew up the world. And who did she blow up the world for? A priest, a power broker, and Mayor Eric Adams. Now you're saying, what are you talking about, Curtis? Well, just a few days after Eric Adams was indicted on corruption charges, this up-and-coming pop star, who is actually from Quakerstown, Pennsylvania. By the way, where is Quakerstown, Pennsylvania? I mean, everything created in Pennsylvania was by the Quakers. I thought the guy on the Quaker oat box was the one who had founded the state of Pennsylvania. No, the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. Do you know, Broadway Billy and Tony, that the very first prison in America was created by the Quakers? Yes, in which you had to sit in your cell through contemplative, constructive thinking and sit there and think about all the bad things you did. And then they left you a loom in which you would have to make clothing. Oh, yeah, cloth. So you had to labor and you had to have contemplative thought about the crimes that you had committed. That's how corrections came about in America. Through the Quaker Oats man.
I'm your dream come true when it's on a platter for you.
By the way, where is Quakerstown in Pennsylvania? To be honest with you, I know everything is a Quaker in Pennsylvania. Now you go down to Lancaster, right? Oh, no, that's the Amish, excuse me. See, and then there's the Mennonites, and then there's the Quakers. And how did I first find out about the Quakers? Richard Nixon was a Quaker, yet I thought they were men and women apiece. That guy dropped more bombs on Laos and Cambodia than were dropped on all of Vietnam during the Vietnam War. Bit of a warmonger to me. But what the hell? Where is Quakerstown, Pennsylvania? Look, our audience must be asleep. What's the matter? You're not doing the boogaloo to Sabrina Carpenter, her song Feather. Got 1 million hits. Oh, yeah, Tony, 1 million hits. Especially the video. Because the video was taken in a sacred location within the Church of the Lady of Mount Carmel and Annunciation in North Williamsburg. Oh, yeah, where every year they lift the statue of Julio, which I've done. We'll get to that momentarily. Now, one person can tell me where Quakerstown, Pennsylvania is. They must be asleep. Nobody goes to sleep on me. To the break of dawn.
So sorry for your loss.
Oh! What was Keith so sorry for? Our number is 1-800-848-9222. That's 1-800-848-WABC. All right, enough of Feather. Enough of Feather. 1 million hits. And there she stood in Madison Square Garden on Halloween night. 20,000 teeny bopper fans, in which she took to the microphone. Sabrina Carpenter from Quakerstown, Pennsylvania did, and said something startling into her glittery microphone. She said, with all the paparazzi there and the musical reporters, should we talk about how I got the mayor indicted? Ah, yes, Broadway Bill Lee, you didn't know that, did you? You didn't know that, did you, Tony? Our audience didn't know that. Well, of course, most do not follow the entertainment route that Sabrina Carpenter has taken from Quakerstown, Pennsylvania, but she has quite a following. I would say she is a newer version of Lady Gaga. It's the nicest way of describing her. And she did this song, Feather, with an accompanying video. And I would just say, if I was doing stand-up comedy, I would say, did you hear the one about the pop star, the politician, and the priest? You like that? You like it? That would be Al in Amityville out there, that schmuck. Who, remember the other morning, called up and said that James Golden, a.k.a. Bo Snerdley, plays better music than me. Come on. You think Bo Snerdley even knows who Sabrina Carpenter is? No. Let's deal with the participants. Could I have a little bit of my choral music? Because now we walk into the sanctuary of the Church of Lady Mount Carmel and Annunciation. In North Williamsburg, many of you have gone to funerals there, baptisms. Many of you may have actually been confirmed there. Had your first communion there. Many of you have probably been to weddings there, and maybe even an exorcism or two. We'll hold that one for the final scene. The priest we're talking about is the former Monsignor Jamie, no longer considered a Monsignor by the Brooklyn Archdiocese, of the new bishop, the Irishman Brennan. Already, on behalf of the former Monsignor Jamie, they're trying to make this an Italian-Irish issue, claiming that some of the Irish priests referred to Jamie as a Goomba. I'm not Irish. I'm part Polish. I'm part Italian. But, Jamie, let me bestow upon you that term and other terms. Demoted, but works with the Pope. Claimed that he was defamed because of his Italian roots. Broadway Billy, I j'accuse the priest known as Jamie of wearing Ferragamo loafers and a Submariner Rolex watch that he oftentimes needs a sling around his arm to carry. It's so heavy. If you're not a Goomba, you act like a Goomba. The White Party in West Hamptons, the cigar nights, the Boca Beach Resort and Mansion. Am I titillating you, Broadway Billy and Tony, as to how a priest who decided to go away to the seminary and dedicate his life to the Lord as many have before, how this priest could become so ostentatious, so wealthy beyond anyone's wildest dreams. And instead, this priest, well-respected in his community, well-renowned in Brooklyn, you know what his answer was to these slings and arrows, Broadway Billy? He said, as a priest, I have not taken a vow of poverty. We're not religious order priests, and so we're allowed to own our own things. Haven't I told you before that I never trusted priests? Never. From the time I stepped into my home parish in Canarsie of Our Lady of Miracles, and the Monsignor was Father Simonetti. And as I was in the rectory, which was fully carpeted, fully furnished, and quite ostentatious, I said to the Monsignor Simonetti, with my older sister Alita there and my younger sister Maria, who was actually going to Our Lady of Miracles at the time, with my mother Francesca, I said to Monsignor Simonetti, why do you have an oil painting of Benito Mussolini on the wall? As he is talking to Ethiopians who are barely clad in any clothes. And without missing a beat, Monsignor Simonetti looked at me and said, because that was the time when Ethiopia and Eritrea and Somalia and Libya were colonies of the great empire of Benito Mussolini. And my mother looked at me like, ignore what he said, and don't please tell your father. Because my father was no fan of the Roman Catholic Church. In fact, he didn't want us going to parochial schools, but because he was away as a seaman 8 months of the year, he acceded to the will of my mother, who wanted us going to parochial schools. My youngest sister Maria went to Our Lady of Miracles, which was our home parish. My oldest sister went to St. Matthew's in 8th grade up at Eastern Parkway, Utica Avenue, the Josephite nuns, the Irish nuns, and then she went to St. Brendan's High School in Sheepshead Bay. And I myself went to St. Matthew's on Eastern Parkway and Utica Avenue. Maestro, I need my choral music, please. I need to set the tone. I was in the choir. Choir boys wore red. As you can see, I continue that legacy of wearing red. I was not going to be an altar boy because even then I knew, stay away from the priests. When they're asking you a little more wine in the cup, they may be trying to do a little booty call on you. I knew that as a kid. We all knew that. That's why we were in the choir. The nun was the choral master. And some of our fellow students were altar boys wearing black. I didn't pry into their personal business, but we always were looking out for these priests because some of them, not all of them, but some of them were, well, let's just say, Broadway Billy and Tony, how can we say this without besmirching the priesthood? Sort of like younger boys. Not me. Not me. I was a choir boy. Unfortunately, some others, as the Archdiocese has learned both in Brooklyn and in Manhattan, who are paying out millions and millions of dollars to their pedophile because of the actions of their pedophile priests and others who worked in the Archdiocese. But the parishioners are suffering. The parishioners are suffering. It means parishes are closing, houses of worship, especially the parochial schools. And what does Catholic Charities do? They collect money from the federal government to bring in more illegal aliens, many of whom are Catholic. Padre, Filio, Spiritus Sancto. But this is a story, again, of an up-and-coming singing star who filled Madison Square Garden on Halloween night, packed to the rafters, 20,000. Sabrina Carpenter from Quakerstown, Pennsylvania, who rocked that mic with all the glitterati and the paparazzi there and said, should I talk about how I got Mayor Eric Adams indicted? And a hush fell over the crowd. And someone yelled out, tell us more, Sabrina. Tell us more. Well, when we come back, I will tell you of the sordid tale of how this video was made, this desecration of a Roman Catholic Church's sanctuary at Lady of Mount Carmel. A decision having been made at the time by then Monsignor Jamie, who said, I had no idea. I had no idea. Forgive me, Father, for I have sinned. Well, Father Jamie, you have sinned in many, many ways. I know you. You know me. All roads lead through Canarsie. Monsignor Casata, who I grew up with. Frank Carone, whose mother knew Monsignor Casata's mother as my mother, Francesca, knew. It's all incestuous. It's all leading us to the gates of the Vatican and the most corrupt financial institution that has ever existed, the Vatican Bank. You better not go anywhere, because I'm going to rock your spiritual world.
Talk Radio 77 WABC.
This is Another Side of Midnight with Curtis Lewa. Now to the Bernard McGurk studios of 77 WABC. Here's Curtis Lewa.
Oh, not another tape. Oh, it's like that. I'm your dream come true when it's on a platter for you.
So again, many of you are wondering, who is this Sabrina Carpenter who could pack Madison Square Garden night after night? She's the up-and-coming Lady Gaga of Generation Z from Quakerstown, Pennsylvania. Not very exotic, Broadway Billy. You probably won't even hear Vinnie Madunio, the Prince of Staten Island, play her music. Certainly not the greatest DJ of all time, Bruce Morrow, a.k.a. Cousin Brucey.
Cousin Brucey.
And certainly not Tony Orlando without Dawn, but you hear it here with Curtis Lewa because I play the most eclectic music of all. So Ms. Carpenter, through her business manager, had called over to, at that time, Monsignor Jamie, who is at Lady of Mount Carmel Rectory. And she introduced herself as a singer extraordinaire who had published the song Espresso and Please, Please, Please. And Monsignor Jamie is Lenslice. Oh, he adores the life. He fancies himself as a chef. He has a cooking show called Breaking Bread, and he's put out a cookbook with the same name. And he's got his own line of sauce, Taste of Heaven. Quite the entrepreneur. As he said, I didn't take a vow of poverty when I became a priest. That's for sure. But let's get back to brass tacks business here. So Ms. Carpenter negotiates to use the church to film the video. She's asked for a contribution of $5,000 to the church. To Father Jamie, she agrees. It's a day-long rental for $5,000. It includes covering the altar and candles and pastel-colored coffins. One close-up in the video that she put out for consumption that had 1 million hits was a coffin inscribed with the words, R.I.P. bitch. Boy, you kind of knew that something was wrong there. So in the video, the singer wearing a minuscule black dress and mourner's veil shimmies up to the coffin very suggestively. The viewer presumes that inside are some of the men who earlier in the video made eyes at Ms. Carpenter before dying very violent deaths. The singer hits her high notes wearing the spatter of their blood on her face. The video then is released on Halloween in 2023, and the next day, the Monsignor received a phone call from Bishop Brennan, the Irish bishop. The next day, he met with Bishop Brennan, and he claims he apologized profusely. Bishop Brennan of Brooklyn was in a rage. He was appalled at what was filmed at the Annunciation of the Blessed Virgin Mary Church. He personally led a cleansing mass of reparation at the church. That requires a change of music here, Broadway Bill Lee. Back to the choral arrangement. You're a little slow on the switch this morning. So here is the bishop of the Brooklyn Diocese who personally comes in and does an exorcism of the chambers of the church that have been defiled and have been sacrilegiously violated by Monsignor Jamie, who had the lust for money and was not looking to protect his church. So Bishop Brennan had to lead a cleansing mass of reparation of the church and had to chase out all the evil spirits. Just imagine. Remember, Tony, when you saw Linda Blair's head spin around on her head in the exorcism? That's what transpired. Meantime, I think Monsignor Jamie knew that his time was limited. And he started to count up his vast assets. He fancied himself as an investor, including in the New York real estate market, before and even after he was ordained. Guy was quite the financial hustler. In 1980, Monsignor Jamie bought a home in Brooklyn for himself, his sister, and his mother, and then flipped it for 5 times of its value upon the death of his mom. He continued to buy low and sell high with his friend. Oh, who is his friend? The Monsignor Casada, who I described to you. He bought and later sold a house in Quogue, out in the Hamptons, netting $400,000. Together, Monsignor Casada and Monsignor Jamie bought a condominium in Pompano Beach, Florida, and a house in West Hampton Beach, New York, with 4 bedrooms and a poolside kitchen. They also bought another house for $850,000 and listed it for sale this summer. Forget this, Broadway Bill Lee. $2.5 million. Hey, what happened to the vow of poverty for Monsignor Casada and the former Monsignor Jamie? You see, that's why I don't trust priests. You visit a convent and they're chaste and they live the life. They're married to Jesus Christ. They actually have wedding rings on. They're very chaste. But priests, they have their own life. And in many instances, you don't live a very chaste life. And if they did originally take a vow of poverty, that vow of poverty dissipated itself. Or in the words of the Monsignor Jamie himself, he said, as people asked him about his vast real estate portfolio that he shares with the Monsignor Casada, wow, that's like Heckle and Jekyll. We do not take the vow of poverty. We're not religious order priests, and so we're allowed to own our own things. Well, I guess if you have your own money. But then in 2008, there was a relationship that developed with Frank Carone. Now, Tony, where have you heard that name before, Frank Carone? Oh, from Canarsie, yeah. The bag man for Eric Adams, his first campaign. He is the chairman of the Legal Defense Fund to keep Eric Adams out of prison up in Otisville, the cell that has actually been named the Sheldon Silver, a.k.a. Meyer Lansky, a.k.a. Hyman Roth cell that's awaiting him. Frank Carone is the chairman of that Legal Defense Fund. Broadway Billy, do you know who the co-chairman is? My husband-in-law, Governor David Paterson. Oh, yeah, Paterson, if you are wise, extricate yourself now. Because there are going to be a lot of people going to jail over this one. But anyway, in 2008, long before Frank Carone went to work for Eric Adams, a partnership developed between Frank Carone and Monsignor Jamie. They started investing massively in real estate. In fact, he said they were doing it the Brooklyn Italian American Catholic way. Boy, that spells double trouble right there. Frank Carone's mother had known Monsignor Casada since they were in grade school together at Holy Family. Well. As I've told the story before on this very microphone, that my mother Francesca was friends with Monsignor Casada's mother. Monsignor Casada was older than me. And once a week, my mother would load me into the old Betsy, the 54 Ford with the wood paneling, the station wagon with the white walls, and we would drive over to Monsignor Casada's home. And my mother Francesca would play cards with Monsignor Casada's mother. And I would watch, and I would say to my mother, I would whisper in her ears, you know she's dealing from the bottom of the deck. She's cheating you. And my mother Francesca, bless her soul, she never cursed in her life. She couldn't believe that anybody would be cheating her in cards. Certainly not Monsignor Casada's mother. She was. And Monsignor Casada, older than I, came up to me and said, what do you think he said, Tony? He said, what are you, a rat? And even as a young kid, I said, yeah, I eat the Parmesan cheese. And I don't know if he said it then, but it's been said to me many times before. That's an ethnic slur, eating Parmesan cheese. What do you want me to say, cheddar cheese? Munster cheese? The point was the die was cast at a very young age. Monsignor Casada told a story recently on the Sid Rosenberg show in the morning that when he was going to before Holy Family, I think he was going to John Wilson Public School. And around Christmas, which this year falls on the same day as Hanukkah, before they broke out for the Christmas week, the vacation between Christmas and New Year's, his Jewish teacher had given him a menorah. Monsignor Casada brought it home, and his father said, what's that, son? He said, it's a menorah. My teacher gave it to me. It has to do with the Jewish religion. And his father immediately said to him, yep, Tony said, tomorrow we're transferring you to Holy Family. No son of mine is going to have a menorah in his room. Back to the crucifix, son. And you know the rest of that story as he went off to seminary like Monsignor Jamie at some point in his life. And they became priests. But apparently, unbeknownst to me and anybody, they did not take the vow of poverty because they universally have told everybody that they were not religious order priests, and so we're allowed to own our own things. I never knew that. I had no idea that, if you're a religious order priest, you have to take a vow of poverty, but if you're another priest, you can basically line your pockets every which way you can and have big Rolex watches and wear Ferragamo shoes and own property throughout the United States. Shocking. But it doesn't stop there. No, Broadway Billy, I know you feel so soiled now, Broadway Billy. Admit it. You feel like you got to take a hot shower, don't you? You say it can't be. Say it ain't so. What may appear to be a crooked priest, I don't know. We'll let the audience come to that conclusion. What we do know is a crooked lawyer, Frank Carone, the bagman for Eric Adams. And what we do know is a crooked mayor, Eric Adams. All three ended up meeting in the Vatican recently when Eric Adams was there to receive the blessings of Pope Francis, who said, you're doing a great job with the illegal aliens. Keep them coming in, because any member of the Roman Catholic faith who is opposed to open borders and allowing all the illegals in has committed a grave sin against this Roman Catholic faith in Jesus Christ. And what did Eric Adams say? Yep, yeah, absolutely. I'm doing the right thing, but when I go back, I got to say this is destroying us because I want to be able to seal my lips hermetically to the tukis, to the dupa of Donald Trump and seek absolution for all of my sins. So the Monsignor said that he asked Frank Carone to invest money on the parish's behalf. And Frank Carone created a partnership. What is that, an LTC, an LTD, an LLC, something like that. And apparently they did. Or assume that some kind of a financial relationship unfolded. Father Jamie, on his part, transferred $2 million of parish funds to Frank Carone's business. $2 million. I had no idea that the parish of the Lady of Mount Carmel, which hosts the feast every year, the lifting of Il Giulio, had millions and millions of dollars in a bank account. Hey, what happened to this vow of poverty that we were all told about as kids? The priests, they live like Jesus. Jesus came into this world with nothing, as you know, treated like an illegal alien with Joseph and Mary. There was no room in the inn, so where was he? In the stable with the sheep and the asses and the mules and the burros. You remember that story, Broadway Billy? And when he perished on that cross and died for our sins, and then was buried, only to be resurrected on Easter Sunday. What did he have with him, Broadway Billy? Gods, nothing. He came in with nothing. He left with nothing. But when it comes to the former Monsignor Jamie, now just a regular priest, he's been busted down. And the Monsignor Casada, what a real estate portfolio they have. My God, I'm looking at all of this. Gee. They could be wearing those mustard-colored jackets and selling real estate. Look at this. But then again, in the words of the former Monsignor Jamie, now just a regular old priest, he said that he knows that his real estate portfolio may raise eyebrows. Oh, yeah, mine are raised. But as priests, he said, we do not take the vow of poverty. We're not religious order priests, and so we're allowed to own our own things. I had no idea. I'm 70 years old, and I'm learning this now. And yet I know all the players, right? Look, right? I know Monsignor Jamie. He dissed and dismissed me many times in Mount Carmel. Yeah, you think I forget, Jamie? When you didn't give me that microphone at the feast? When you introduced the mayor of the city of New York, Eric Adams, who is still borough president, in the company of Frank Carone? And the crowd said, let Curtis speak, let Curtis speak. And do you know what Monsignor Jamie told the crowd at the raising of El Julio? Do you know what they told him, Broadway Bill Lee and Tony? They said, he'll never be mayor. The mayor is Eric Adams. And I looked at him right there and I said, you think you speak with the authority of the church. Monsignor Jamie, you speak with the authority of yourself and no one else. And I stared at him as he was up on his bully pulpit with the microphone in his hand saying, Sliwa will not speak. And I said, watch who will be speaking last. Up next, the plot thickens because they took a trip. Where? To the Vatican. The real estate and business partners, Frank Carone, the former Monsignor Jamie, who is now just a regular priest, and yes, Eric Adams, swagger man with no plan, as they just happened to all be in Rome simultaneously last May, and all ended up visiting the Vatican Bank, the most corrupt financial institution in this God's world, where if you want to launder money, that's the place to go, and nobody will ever have your fingerprints on that. Personal visits only. Can't wire in any money, can't wire any money out. No, Tony, this is an old school bank. Remember the East New York Savings Bank when they would give you a little deposit book, and you had to start depositing nickels, dimes, and pennies. In school, you had to show that you could actually have an account. That's not what this is, ladies and gentlemen. If you go to the Vatican Bank, it's flush with all kinds of money from corruptive practices, from crooked politicians, from thieves. The denizen of those who are so corrupted by money that they've been blinded and no longer are on the Christ-like way of being selfless servants. No, in fact, they serve only one master, themselves.
This is Another Side of Midnight with Curtis Lewa. Now to the Bernard McGurk studios of 77 WABC. Here's Curtis Lewa.
Oh, not another tape. Oh, it's like that. I'm your dream come true. When it's
And this sorry tale all occurred on Halloween night, when before 20,000 fans, the early edition of Lady Gaga, Sabrina Carpenter from Quakerstown, Pennsylvania, rocked the microphone and said, should we talk about how I got the mayor indicted? She was referring to Eric Adams, And now this entire affair is being investigated by the Eastern District. FBI agents are all over this case. And remember, these three that I mentioned, the former Monsignor Jamie, who's been busted down to a simple priest, his partner in crime, Frank Carone, the bagman, the lawyer for Eric Adams, and Eric Adams themselves all seem to meet one another in Rome. Back in May, when Eric Adams was to receive the blessings of the Pope, which he did for allowing in all the illegal aliens, that the Pope Francis has said, if you oppose that, you are committing a grave sin. There should be open borders. Everyone should be able to get into the U.S. of A. And what did Eric Adams say? Yes, please, bless me. I'm going to need it, man, because I've sinned so much, Father. I have sinned. I have lined my pockets with kickbacks on the many contracts. But Pope Francis said, son, was it for the benefit of the illegal aliens? Yes, it was, Father. Well, you have done a mitzvah. You have performed a miracle. And then Frank Carone and Monsignor Jamie and Eric Adams, they sat down and had a 10-course Italian meal, of course, a lot of il vino, and they walked over to the infamous Vatican Bank. And who was there? Its director, the priest of all priests.
Then Rome decides to put me in charge of the Vatican Bank. Oh, Constantine, how much misfortune you caused, not by becoming Christian, but by the dowry which the first rich pope accepted from you. How true Dante's words were. Even the sins of the flesh are simple compared to the burden of money.
The burden of money. And he looked at all three and said, I will relieve you of that burden. There are accounts in the Vatican Bank. In order to establish an account, you must do it in person. Broadway Billy, Tony, if you're thinking of doing that. And you got to have a lot of loot. You know, this ain't like, $10 a week. No, because you got to be there in person. There is no wire transfers. It's hush, hush, mush, mush. Very much the way the Swiss banks operate. Zurich. And then they left. And since the Eastern District, the FBI agents, the U.S. Attorney has been investigating, has sat down and spoken with Monsignor Jamie, who's declared that he is innocent in all ways. But I might add, Tony and Broadway Billy in our audience, he is lawyered up with a regular guest on the Sid Rosenberg Show, Arthur Aidala. Yes, Arthur Aidala. Who's he best known for defending? Harvey Weinstein, the perv of all pervs. Father, how could you do that? How could you do that, Father Jamie? And again, inquiring minds want to know how you went into business with Monsignor Casada to basically own a portfolio that real estate agents in Manhattan here would lust for. Properties in Florida, properties in the Hamptons, properties in Brooklyn, properties everywhere. Oh, my God. This is unbelievable. And none of this would have come to light if not for Sabrina Carpenter shimmying on that altar in a very provocative, decadent, and debaucherous way, and creating the sin of omission. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, I side with Bishop Brennan, who personally led a cleansing, a mass of reparation, an exorcism of the Lady of Mount Carmel for all the evil spirits that have clung to the walls. When Monsignor Jamie would host a mass upstairs, well, his partner in real estate, Monsignor Casada, would host a Las Vegas night in the basement. Las Vegas night, gambling, the sin of money. How much came into the coffers? To be continued. May I make a recommendation to this newfound real estate partnership of Monsignor Casada and busted by Bishop Brennan down to a priest, Jamie. Maybe they may want to invest in the Gilgo Beach killing suspect architect Ray's house in Massapequa Park. Yes, Broadway Bill Lee, his estranged wife, is selling it. We'll be discussing that up next. I never bought the line that his estranged wife did not know what architect Rex was doing in the basement of their house when he brought many of their victims there and apparently strangled them to death before bringing their remains and depositing them along Gilgo Beach. Remember how I broke that story months and months ago? And somehow, with everything transpiring, law enforcement authorities would state over and over from the district attorney in Suffolk County to the other investigators that cooperated from both Nassau County, Suffolk County, the FBI's office, that the estranged wife knew nothing like Sergeant Schultz of Stalag 13, right, of Hogan's Heroes. She knew nothing, she saw nothing. She had no idea what her husband, Architect Rex, was doing. I find that incomprehensible to believe. But we will discuss that and so much more on the Crime Blotter here on the best side of the other side of midnight, where we have explored and gone into the deep recesses of your mind. And we have convinced your medulla and cerebellum to accept this theater of the mind that is in fact a reality, not a fantasy.
Check this out. On the weekend, take a journey with the People's Mayor.
Curtis Lewa is a politician who says don't trust politicians.
It's Another Side of Midnight with Curtis Lewa.
The iconic, the legendary Curtis Lewa.
This city doesn't sleep, and neither does Curtis Lewa on Another Side of Midnight.
Oh, yeah.
Now, to the Bernard McGurk studios of 77 WABC. Here's Curtis Lewa.
When the evening shadows fall and the lovely day is through, then with longing I recall the years I spent with you, Mamma. Solo per te la mia canzone vola. Mamma, sarai con me tu il sospiro il mio cuore, forse non susano più, ma la canzone mia più bella sei tu. Sei tu la vita, che bella vita, non ti lascio mai più.
Bravo, bravo, fortissimo, bravo, 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 fortissimo, per 100 anni. Connie Francis, may she live to be 100. What a great rendition of a song that's been sung over and over for many decades, dedicated to every mother out there. How many times have mothers and daughters or grandchildren broken the hearts of their mothers and grandmothers, and yet they almost never turn on their loved ones. Almost never. Well, maybe there was Mommy Dearest, Joan Crawford. Well, what the hell? There's always the exception to the rule, but this song, magnificent Connie Francis, as she just turned the audience out, not a dry eye in the audience, because mothers forgive everything. You could have done a drive-by shooting on nuns praying outside of St. Patrick's Cathedral. It could have been her son, and a mother would say, not my boy, not my boy. There's good in my son. You just haven't time. You haven't taken the time to find it. Oh, magnificent. Oh, my favorite, Connie Francis, my favorite. Okay, enough of that, because now we have to deal with the reality of what a mother did the other day. It was on Friday, and I remember simultaneously as Judge Weinberg was walking into this very studio to contribute, as he always does Monday through Fridays, to the 5 o'clock roundtable discussion of John Catsimatidis and Rita Cosby. As he was coming into the studio, we were discussing how a very violent crime had occurred within blocks of where we reside. I with Nancy and he with his wife and family. Just hundreds of feet away. A crazed white guy slashed a Danish tourist at 10:30 in the morning. And it was all over the boob tube. Obviously, it was on social networking. It was being reported here at WABC. It was the lead story in a city that has become a slasher's delight. Momentarily, we'll tell you of a tourist from Italy who was slashed multiple times near Times Square just earlier on Saturday. But with specificity, let's talk about this incident, because this really struck home. When my wife heard of the proximity of this attack, she said, Curtis, that's right down the block from us. It's like these random attacks can occur anytime, anywhere, any place. No matter what Eric Adams, swagger man with no plan, says, no, it's not perception, Eric Adams, it's reality. And I don't want to hear from your new police commissioner, the fourth in 3 years, that, hey, by the way, crime has gone down 10 straight months. Ma quantum mai. Where? Where? In the subways? No. In the parks? No. In the streets? No. In the neighborhoods? No. Nowhere. But when she gets sworn in, Jessica Tisch, on Monday as the latest police commissioner for Eric Adams, she will spew the party line, the mantra that crime is down and it is just a perception.
This city is not surviving. The city is thriving.
Madonna mai, what a stunat. But this case turned out to be one in which a mother dropped dime on her own son. Had to be extraordinarily difficult, but she did it. She womaned up. She saw her emotionally disturbed son on the streets of New York City on the Upper West Side, right off of 87th and Columbus. And she did the right thing. She called 911 and she told that 911 operator, I know who that man is in the video. And they said, who? He's my son. And she broke down in tears. Because her son, Joshua Zinberg, is clearly, like so many of the slashings that we've had happen of late in our city, it's almost become a slasher's delight, random attacks. Total anarchy prevails in the streets. But she recognized Joshua Zinberg as her own blood and flesh, who clearly proved, even in the aftermath of that vicious attack on that Danish tourist, to at times be incoherent, to be hearing voices, and to be completely disconnected from reality. So he was attempting to escape the handcuffs that the police had put on him, arrested based on the information that his mother had provided. And he rambled incoherently about paranoia during a chaotic court appearance late in the day on Friday. Joshua Zinberg repeatedly interrupted his Manhattan criminal court arraignment on an attempted murder charge. He nearly slit the larynx of the Danish tourist to the point where he would have bled out. He just barely missed that. And he screamed to the judge at one point, "Who are you? Who are you, Judge?" The judge, Judge Janet McDonald, looked at him incredulously. The judge ordered Zinberg, who, by the way, spat at the reporters who were awaiting his arraignment, and dementedly bellowed, "Teach you to F with the Jewish Joshua. There will be a hell of a price for you to pay." He was held on $150,000 cash bail, and he had to undergo a psychological evaluation as the criminal case moves forward, and he was remanded to jail with $150,000 bail. But new details from this broad daylight attack and random slashing have emerged. It was on West 87th Street where this Danish guy was just walking around minding his own business, 53 years old, an unprovoked attack. Zinberg ran from his parked car across Columbus Avenue, deliberately targeting the tourists in an absolute out-of-his-mind pursuit, while the victim's back was still turned to the attacker. The attacker continued to run down the sidewalk with a knife in his hand until he reached the victim, at which point he slashed the victim from behind across the right side of his face, through his ear and into his neck. That victim was bleeding out profusely, the tourist. The unhinged Zinberg then drove off in his car with a witness snapping a photo of his license plate, which helped lead to his arrest, in addition to his mom calling 911 and ratting him out and turning him in. Zinberg's mother was stoic when she was asked, how difficult was it to call up and say that it was your son who is responsible almost for the murder of this Danish tourist. When an NYPD officer arrested Zinberg, he told the cop he had a knife and openly worried about his car. The only thing you guys really need is the knife, right? Zinberg told the officer. I need my keys to go downtown. I basically live out of my car. Zinberg was also arraigned on an unrelated misdemeanor harassment charge for what was called a series of threatening acts of violence against somebody else that he was making on a regular basis through their Instagram postings. The arraignment almost went off the rails as Zinberg, who appeared to try to twist out of his handcuffs, interrupted the judge many, many times. As the arraignment ended, Zinberg shouted incomprehensibly about paranoia and self-defense. His mother said that her son had suffered mental health issues in recent years, sat through the hearing, writing vigorously in a small notebook. She did not answer questions as court officers escorted her into a car waiting outside. So that's right. He's been remanded to Rikers Island, $150,000 bail over his head. And we will scratch the surface and probably find out that he should have been committed to a mental health care hospital long ago. Long ago. I don't know that yet. Nancy will be doing a deep dive on this and report to all of you at 8 o'clock this evening when she does the rip and read and takes the stories of the day to flesh them out. This one needs a lot of fleshing out. Time and time again, it turns out that these violators are people who are emotionally disturbed. Andrew Evil Eyes Cuomo probably listening now in the comfort of his brother's mansion in Southampton, Fredo's mansion. Chris Cuomo, guarded by Joe Percoco, his wartime consigliere, who just finished doing 6 years for political corruption in a federal prison. When he was elected governor of the state of New York, soon after Governor David Paterson, he had 30,000 beds available in the state mental health care system to care for those who were emotionally disturbed. By the time he left, he had slashed the budget so severely that as of now, there are only 3,000 beds available. 3,000 in the whole state of New York. Think of how many people, even though so many people are continuing to flee because of fright, and rightfully so, think of how many people you run into each and every day on the subways, in the streets, in the parks, who are emotionally disturbed, who everyone can agree are in need of mental health care, just like this guy whose mother, I'm sure the hardest thing in her life was having to call 911 and report her son, Joshua Zinberg, the crazed guy who almost killed the Danish tourist this past week. It's only one of many. Look at what happened to that tourist in Italy just hours ago, slashed in Times Square. It was 10:40 in the morning at 37th and Madison. And this woman came up and slashed this tourist from Italy who was accompanied by friends and relatives. They were stunned. A white woman in this case. The previous case that I had described, the slashing of the tourist from Denmark, a crazed white guy. I don't care. They're white, they're black, they're Hispanic, they're Asian, they're crazy. And they need to be committed. And this mayor refuses to do that. The governor won't even consider it. The state legislature has a prohibition on it. And our city council acts as if this is an aberration. They call it random attacks. I don't think you can call them random anymore. It's almost expected by everyone, whether you live in an outer borough neighborhood, whether you live in Manhattan, whether you're a visitor, a worker, whether you're here for a show or a play, or you're here as a tourist. Every day there's another incident of what they call a random attack, a needless slashing, not in self-defense, but an offensive act that has no rhyme or reason because it's not even meant to disable you so that you could be robbed. It's a slash and run. These are crazed individuals, schizophrenic, in desperate need of help and medication and therapy, and yet we let them walk the streets knowing they're going to do it time and time again, a danger to themselves and everyone else. This is a reason that we've got to get rid of Alvin Bragg, who turns them back loose in the streets of Manhattan. Time and time again, these two cases are Bragg cases. I guarantee you, these individuals will end up back on the street. Guarantee you. And yet, as we approach almost 6 o'clock, there is not yet one individual who has come forward, not a Democrat, not an independent, not a Republican, not a conservative, with 3 months to go. When signatures must be gathered to qualify you to run for office, Alvin Bragg is getting a pass, a coronation. There's only one person who has said if nobody steps forward, she will run. We cannot allow for a coronation of the poster child of George Soros-sponsored DAs that has led to the almost destruction of our city and other cities. Well, they woke up in California. They ousted the DA in Los Angeles and elected a Republican. And they ousted the DA in Oakland. And they ousted the DA in San Francisco. But it requires having candidates to run in primaries and a general election. None has surfaced so far. And you have to say, shame on us. Shame on us. We've known this in advance, and we've done jack diddly squat. We know that Tish James also is one who releases criminals into the street and is obsessed in prosecuting Donald Trump, his family, and taking every nickel, dime, and penny he has. And yet we have Michael Henry, who has come a second time to attempt to beat her in a general election. That's 2 years away. He's already organizing, raising money, saying, I came so close the last time as a Republican candidate. She wouldn't debate me, and now I'm going. I'm going to take her out. But that's well planned. That's well in advance. He got the endorsement of Elise Stefanik from upstate New York, the congresswoman who will be sworn in as U.S. ambassador to the United Nations. He got my endorsement. He got other Republican endorsements. What have we been doing about Alvin Bragg? The answer, nothing. Jack diddly squat, nothing. So again, I alert all of you, if nobody surfaces to challenge him, and Nancy Sliwa will undertake that task. A lawyer, she ran against Tish James years ago for the state attorney general and did herself well. Shame on our political leaders that they would allow this to take place. Shame, there is no excuse. But know that in that on-deck circle is Nancy Sliwa, and she will not forsake you like the others have.
This is Another Side of Midnight with Curtis Lewa. Now to the Bernard McGurk studios of 77 WABC. Here's Curtis Lewa.
Another case in Manhattan that required a parent to turn the violator in. And this involved the invasion, the violation of the sanctity of a church. The thief had stolen a gold-plated 9/11 memorial rose from the Midtown Catholic Church. That was the Church of St. Francis Assisi on West 31st Street. As you know, St. Francis Assisi is the patron saint of all animals. This 21-year-old enemy of society had broken into the church chambers and forged a method of extracting this remnant of the attack on 9/11. It had been plated in gold, and it was placed in a shrine inside of the church in order to honor all those who had died or had gotten sick as a result of that attack. And he stole it, and we don't know what has become of it. Police officers are sweating him down as we speak. But nobody would have found out what had transpired unless his father had picked up the phone and probably made the most difficult phone call that he had ever made in his life by calling 911 to report that the person that they were looking for, who had broken into the Church of St. Francis of Assisi, who had stolen that gold-plated 9/11 memorial rose from the altar, was his son. 21-year-old enemy of society, last name Alcantara. Had to be extraordinarily difficult. But the father is fully cooperating, and now let's see if Alvin Bragg, friend of the criminals, enemy of those who stand their ground like Jose Alba and Daniel Penny, and a foe of victims, tries to do the right thing to follow up on what had to be the most difficult phone call that this father had ever made in his life. But it isn't always the DAs. Oftentimes it's the judges. And I want you to remember the name Judge Edward Daniels. Judge Edward Daniels of Queens Criminal Court. On Rita Cosby's show on Thursday night, Rita did a great job in interviewing Councilman Robert Holden of Middle Village, Glendale, Maspeth, who had done a deep dive and had determined that the guy who had shot the cop, Gary Green Eyes Worthy, was on permanent parole for murder. Can you imagine this? And yet had still been arrested 7 times and turned loose after the lifetime parole. That, in fact, this guy was cut loose not because the DA didn't do her job and asked for bail and remand him to jail. She did. It was because of Judge Edward Daniels, who had been appointed to the criminal court bench only in April by Eric Adams. Eric Adams, who called Judge Edward Daniels one of the best and brightest, and said public safety is in good hands with this judge that I've just put in black regal robes. Eric Adams, you couldn't have been more hopelessly wrong. Listen to Rita Cosby and Bob Holden describe this scenario.
Has Mayor Eric Adams said anything since you have come out and said that this judge should resign?
And then Bob Holden said the following.
The Queens prosecutors were asking that Worthy, when he was arrested back in August, he should be held on $120,000 bail for a new felony arrest of burglary and assault. And guess what? The judge said, we don't need to do that, you know. And then even his parole officer said, well, I haven't seen the guy in 3 months. He skipped town on me. And yet still, Judge Daniels said, we'll release Worthy without bail.
My. Bob Holden continued in pointing out that in this case, it was a turn-em-loose judge. Remember his name in Queens, Judge Edward Daniels.
The mayor appointed Daniels to the court. He was a public defender, which I wouldn't have done. I wouldn't have appointed a public defender because, again, they're really soft on crime. They represent people who must be defended, but their record is, again, they're trying to get people off. This judge really should not have been a judge, because if he's not going to listen to the DA, if he's not going to listen to a parole officer, he's again being very irresponsible.
Very, very irresponsible. Listen to Bob Holden as he says the mayor needs to be accountable for appointing all soft-on-crime judges.
The mayor has to be, held accountable for appointing a judge that he said was great. He's best and the brightest, he even said public safety is a prerequisite to prosperity. Yet he hires Daniels for this position, and this is what happens: and a cop gets shot, and an innocent bystander, a 26-year-old woman, got shot.
Spot on, Bob Holden, doing a great job again. And yet Eric Adams will not defrock this judge that he appointed in only April and assured all of us that he would uphold law and order. This judge would not listen to the Queens DA who wanted him remanded to jail with $125,000 bail. This judge would not listen to the parole officer who said he's absconded for 3 months. We have no idea where he is. Lifetime parole for murder. Return to the streets. This is the city that we live on and in, and try to function and raise kids and conduct business. And now we have a combination of DAs and judges who time and time again turn criminals back into the streets. And a mayor who complains that it's the criminal justice system and the mental health care facilities that have failed us. Well, guess what? You are in charge of it. Do your freaking job, Eric Adams.
77 WABC presents an in-depth look at what's going on right now. Here's Curtis Lewa.
Dana White, the owner of UFC and big Donald Trump supporter, says he's in charge of the bloodiest and goriest sport alive. But he wants nothing more to do with politics, branding it both gross and disgusting. Politics, he said, is a blood sport. Meantime, Manhattan DA Alvin Bragg, friend of all criminals, enemy of all victims, and a foe of those that stand their ground like Daniel Penny, has no competition for his re-election effort in 2025. No Democrat will primary him, and no Republican and conservative has challenged him in the general election. How can that be when voters in Los Angeles, Oakland, and San Francisco just kicked out of office their George Soros-supported turn-the-criminals-loose DAs? The clock is ticking, and the only one willing to take on Alvin Bragg, if no one else will, is my wife, attorney Nancy Sliwa. Meantime, the former toe-sucking New York Jet coach Rex Ryan says, "Bring me back Woody Johnson, and I'll win you a Super Bowl." And adding insult to injury, Eric Adams, the swagger man with no plan, has put another nail into the coffin of the NYPD by appointing his fourth police commissioner in 4 years, Jessica Pass the Great Poupon Jeeves Tisch, who failed as the sanitation commissioner. So why not just make her the police commissioner? Oh, when will the misery inflicted onto us by the swagger man with no plan, Eric Adams, and hopefully sooner rather than later?
Listen to Curtis Lewa anytime. 77WABCRadio.com and the 77 WABC app. This is Another Side of Midnight with Curtis Lewa. Now to the Bernard McGurk studios of 77 WABC. Here's Curtis Lewa.
Well, let's continue as you can hear my voice is going. I'll have to repair it right after the 6 o'clock hour. But earlier this week, Governor Abbott of Texas was in town. He actually met with John Catsimatidis and other interested parties in terms of what was a magnificent job that he did down at the border to stem the flow, the tide of illegal aliens that have put us on the cusp of losing control of many of our urban areas and many of our neighborhoods. And it's interesting because he has been a very, very humble guy, not taking credit for what clearly was the election of Eric Adams. The first issue was the financial state that America is in. And the second situation is the migrant issue. And he has told the story many, many times that when he sent those first bus loads back in August of 2022 to the White House and to the Naval Observatory of Vice President Harris, his intention was to drop them there and to make the point that you will not seal the border, you will not protect us from this invasion of illegal aliens from Mexico into Texas, so I'm going to deposit them right at the White House, right at the Naval Observatory of the Czarina Harris, and to Mayorkas, who is in charge of Homeland Security. He had no intention of sending illegals to New York City. He's told that story many times. He told that story again this past week on his visit to New York City. He said only when Eric Adams voluntarily injected himself into the discussion and called me a racist did I then determine, okay, I'll send some of the buses. I'll have the illegals pound the hound to New York City, to the Port Authority, and let's see how you handle it. And instead of Eric Adams saying no mas, let me see what your problem is in Texas, because Governor Abbott had invited him down to Texas to see for himself. Eric Adams instead decided to call Governor Abbott a racist. And then went on the Breakfast Club with Charlemagne the God and sort of whipped up this conspiracy that Governor Abbott was like this white devil trying to destroy cities that had black mayors by sending illegal aliens there from Texas up north to the sanctuary cities.
That's saying, why are you doing this to New York? Check out what they're doing. They're doing it to New York. They're doing it to Chicago. They're doing it to Los Angeles. Mm-hmm. They're doing it to Houston. What is the same in all those cities? All black mayors. All black mayors. And so what we're saying, same thing that I'm going through here, my brother Johnson is going through. My sister Bass is going through. My brother Turner is going through. So our folks, what they wanted to happen, Governor Abbott wanted to happen, we're going to turn these cities against their mayors. We're going to create this environment where they're all going to go against their mayor. Go Google what they're doing to my brother in Chicago. Go Google what they're doing to Sister Bass. So the cities have now turned against these black mayors that are making real change for the first time.
By over-policing black people.
And they're using this to say, okay, these black mayors are not competent. They can't run their cities. They're getting everything to the migrants and asylum seekers. This was a perfectly executed plan that we are buying into.
To make black mayors look bad across the country.
And when we're doing just the opposite.
No, you see, that's what Eric Adams said. And he blamed Governor Abbott, called him a racist. That's when Governor Abbott just said, okay, you say you can do it better than the rest, I'm going to send the illegal aliens to you. 2 years later, Eric Adams was then crying that this migrant issue is going to destroy New York. And now he's kissing the tuchus of Donald Trump, the president, to try to get a pardon or a commutation of what should be a sentence of guilty for corruptive political practices that took place back when he was Brooklyn Borough president and continued on as the mayor. but he's always been conspiratorial. He's actually thought that white supremacists were threatening him, and that's why he initially needed his brother to head his security detail. He's paranoid about white people. He fears white people, hates white people, except when white people write him checks that don't bounce to his legal defense fund or his reelection fund.
But let me be clear on this. My brother is qualified for the position. Number one, he will be in charge of my security, which is extremely important to me in a time when we see an increase in white supremacy and hate crimes. I have to take my security in a very serious way.
That was the thought of having his brother run his security detail to protect him from white supremacists. And I said at the time, what was he afraid that in the Isles of Bath, the aisles of a, let's say, where they were selling white linen and white pillowcases at Bed Bath & Beyond, that somehow white supremacists looking for white sheets would attack Eric Adams, when the only one who was guilty of racism was Eric Adams, who for years called his colleagues in the police department when he was a house mouse crackers.
Every day in the police department, I kicked those crackers' ass, man. I was unbelievable.
So this sanctimonious hypocrite is doing a pivot and shift on so many of you who are listening. He's bamboozled the president and his supporters into thinking that he is a victim, as President Donald Trump was, of the overreach of the Department of Justice on the orders of Joe Biden and Harris and Mayorkas. Because somehow he stood up to them and said, no mas, we're being destroyed, and you won't help us here in New York City. Yet, in all that time, he referred to himself as the Biden of Brooklyn. You see, I will never forget what Eric Adams, swagger man with no plan, has done to New York City. Back to back, belly to belly, we had first Bill de Blasio, the part-time mayor, the dope from Park Slope, and his grifter wife, Charlene. And now, after 3 years, we've got Eric Adams desperately trying to hold on and survive. First, by kissing the tuchus of Kathy Hochul and doing whatever she asks and suggests because she has the power to fire him, but she won't. Just like she could fire Alvin Bragg, DA of Manhattan. She won't. And now he's trying to curry favor with President-elect Donald Trump by saying, we're brothers in solidarity. We are victims of the Biden Department of Justice. Don't buy that crap. Too many of you are beginning to lip sync that narrative. Go back on the timeline. It's just not true. He called Abbott a racist. He welcomed the illegals. He said this was a conspiracy to destroy black-run cities in blue states, in blue cities, sanctuary cities that would allow illegal aliens to come in and destroy what we've seen all over the country, the quality of life. Good times for me for many, many, many years, and growing up in Canarsie and East New York and Brownsville, and then eventually setting up the Guardian Angels in the Bronx, was playing stickball and being appointed commissioner of stickball by first Rudy Giuliani for 8 years, and then Michael Bloomberg for an additional 8 years. I served 16 years in that capacity to keep this street game alive for a new generation in all 5 boroughs. In fact, sponsored at the time by the New York Daily News and the great promoter, John Campy, who's no longer with us. Apparently, John Catsimatidis remembered those years because he was talking about making me the National Stickball Commissioner.
Yes, if I had to try, I would give Curtis Lewa, we make him National Stickball Commissioner.
National Stickball Commissioner. You don't think he's trying to get rid of me, do you? Wow. Imagine I would be exporting the city game of stickball to every urban area in the nation, whether it's in...
The crap is going to hit the fan.
Yeah, I think so. Philadelphia, they play half ball. They cut a Spalding in half. They got smaller side streets. They play stickball. Trenton, they've played that game. Not really anywhere else. So I know a bunch of old-timers have brought the game. A lot of Puerto Ricans down in Florida where they're in retirement, they play stickball. But can you imagine me bringing stickball to San Francisco? Up and down those streets? Los Angeles, Chicago, where we would have to avoid the drive-by shootings. Can I hear once again what John Catsimatidis has in mind for me and asking me as commissioner of stickball, the city game of New York City, to bring it all across the nation?
Yes, if I had to try, I would give Curtis Lewa, we make him National Stickball Commissioner.
Now, to his credit, John Catsimatidis grew up next to City University of New York in Harlem, and he played stickball. Yep, when he was growing up, going to public school before he went to the largest public high school in the nation and still is, 6,000 students, Brooklyn Tech in Fort Greene. See, we're of that generation where almost everybody played stickball on the streets in front of their house or their tenement. And I think I would be honored to do that, to bring this game of ours that was created here in the streets of New York City and bring it across the nation and expose it to a new generation. But he also came up with another idea on the 5 o'clock roundtable discussion that he hosts with Rita Cosby, and he has his many contributors, including my husband-in-law, Governor David Paterson. As you know, it has been suggested that David Paterson might run for mayor this time around. John Catsimatidis has said, yep, he's thinking of throwing his hat into the ring. And as you know, I've said, I'm running. I don't care if it's a special election or the general election, I'm running. So John Catsimatidis came up with a very novel idea the other day, which is to have a friendly. Now, I hate soccer, but I know what the term means. That means you take it to the pitch, have a soccer match. It's called a friendly. Doesn't count in the standings. But somehow, some way, John may have not realized it, but he was calling for a friendly between my husband-in-law, David Paterson, and yours truly.
We're going to have a debate. Right after Thanksgiving, we're going to have a debate. Me, Governor Paterson, and
Curtis.
And Curtis. And you know what we're going to do? At least we're going to bring up the issues so everybody knows what the issues are.
Oh, wow. Can you imagine that in Studio 77? Right down from our broadcast studio here. Remember the last time I had a debate there was before the previous election when I lost to Eric Adams. For the Republican primary, I debated Fernando Mateo for 2 hours there, and I eviscerated him. Right out of the box, I said, you, Fernando, are a Bill de Blasio Republican. And he went nuts. But I think I would have to hold my fire. I mean, what the hell? I need a paycheck. John Catsimatidis controls my ability to pay my bills.
The crap is going to hit the fan.
And Governor David Paterson, I gave him credit where credit is due. He saved the life of my oldest son Anthony that he is the stepfather to when those thugs and thugettes were giving him a vicious beatdown outside of that McDonald's on 96th and 2nd Avenue. Let me hear again what John Catsimatidis called for.
We're going to have a debate. Right after Thanksgiving, we're going to have a debate. Me, Governor Patterson, and
Curtis.
And Curtis. And you know what we're going to do? At least we're going to bring up the issues so everybody knows what the issues are.
It's a good idea, friendly.
Enough is enough.
I will tell both of you gentlemen what you should do. When you carve up your turkeys, although in the case of every man alive like me and John and David Patterson, we know what it's like to be married. You're not a turkey, you're a capon. It's a castrated rooster. When you carve up your turkey, guys, get the wishbone, let it dry out, and pull the wishbone because you better hope that you end up winning the tug-of-war with the wishbone. Because when you get into the ring of fire with Curtis Sliwa in Studio 77, even though it's a friendly, we're going to bring up all the issues, and these are two experienced men who have run for office and know where everyone's bones are buried, including mine. John, David, it's time to get it on in Studio 77.
Eden Memorial Chapels understands Jewish funerals can take many forms. Some are Orthodox, while others are more conservative or of a Reformed nature. There's no one better. With services close to all New York and New Jersey cemeteries, Eden Memorial Chapels offer fair and balanced pricing and can provide easy transfer of you and your loved ones to Israel. While you're grieving, they're here to take care of all the details so that you deal with less bureaucracy and have more peace of mind. Go to EdenMemorial.com. That's EdenMemorial.com.